Lumber.
You good to go? Got about 20 seconds and counting. That's how exact we are, right? No. Yeah, I would encourage you all to just keep encouraging rain to come to our valley. We need it.
Wait, am I wrong? That's good though. Let's just switch the tags. Do I need to go in the end? No, we'll just switch it. I'll go there. That's fine. Just switch it.
Yeah?
It just takes a
First Sunday it
easy.
rained, and they ask her to pray, and so she gives thanks for the rain, and she thinks that you're from Utah, aren't you? It rains here every day, we don't perform for that.
We had several moisture prayers yesterday. A year or two ago, Swansea, Louisiana was just.
Well, we have enough to start. On my,
We're 5:15.
we're at 5:15, so I'd like to go ahead and get started if we could. I'm Mayor Jeff Acerson, and I'll be conducting the meeting this evening. Our council member Carolyn Lumberg has been invited to offer a prayer, and then afterwards, Brian Hawes, our legal counsel, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our dear Father in heaven, as we gather for this evening, we first want to give thee our overwhelming thanks for this beautiful day, this beautiful time that we have to begin to gather again and resume so many things. We're grateful for the time that we have passed through, those that are missed who have suffered or struggled or gone from this earth in this past year. We're grateful to have this opportunity to move forward and do the business of the city and the good people of this community. We are grateful for the little bit of rain we had, and we pray that more might be able to bestow on the area so that the farmers and the various people throughout this state and animals can have a prosperous year in what they need to do. And we're also grateful for listening, who take the time to be informed and have their voices heard. And we ask you to have thy spirit upon us this evening, that we may continue in the spirit of brotherhood and the discourses and the decisions that are made. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Will everyone please stand and join with me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Let's go ahead and do roll call. And Jake, you want to start us off?
Bet. Jake Hoyt, present.
Randy Powell, present.
Jeff Acerson, present.
Carolyn Lundberg, present.
Jerry, present.
And Broderick, present.
Thank you. We have minutes of May 17th, 2021 to review and make any additions or corrections to. And now is the time.
Just myself.
I have no changes.
I didn't see anything.
Order.
I don't either. I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Jake, second by Carolyn. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. And let's see. We have a recognition, a citizen recognition, and I believe, is the chief going to do that today? Do we have?
Yeah, do we have, is Michael and Rachel here yet? They may not be here yet, but Mr. Anderson and his family's here, so if we want to wait a couple minutes.
It's really tough out
Are
there.
you okay if we wait just a few minutes? Let's go ahead and do
School is
council.
popular.
Linden Day royalty, right? It says Linden Day's Junior Rodeo Royalty introductions.
Just coming in,
Are
Mayor.
they just coming in?
At least I saw one of them with a cowboy hat on, or cowgirl hat on. A cow individual hat.
Come on in.
They had to hitch their horse up to the post out there. So we good to go?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
So we had our contest a little over a month ago, and we had 10 girls show up to compete this year, which was an amazing turnout. The girls all competed in an indoor and an outdoor competition. The indoor had a speech, impromptu questions on rodeo and equine science, and then they had a personal interview, and then they did their reining pattern for the horsemanship outside. Our queen is Cecilia Wood. She had to work tonight, so she can't be here. And then our first attendant is Olivia Nicewander, who's out of town. And then I'll let Aubrey, our second attendant, introduce herself.
Well, we just got into town, so that's why we're late.
Glad you made it.
Hey.
I'm Aubrey Christensen. I am the second attendant. I am super excited to be here. My favorite thing of the whole competition was the reining pattern. I loved working with my horse in the Lindon arena and being able to live so close to the arena. I just walk my horse right out there and ride. The thing that I'm most excited for this summer is to make more friends and be in the parades. I'm happy to be here.
Great.
Awesome. Yeah, we had a great contest, and we're really excited for this year. So thanks for letting us be here.
Well, we appreciate the acknowledgement of the service that, as you represent Lindon, and, you know, it's an honor for us to have you represent our city, and I hope you feel it's a privilege to do so as well, because, you know, the examples that you set and how you interact with people will speak not only of you, but of Lindon, so thank you. Thank you, parents, for getting here.
Yes.
And the journey has just begun, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many parades are you going to be in, or events, do you know?
Oh gosh, how many?
I don't know. Every weekend in June is one, and then there's a couple in July and in August.
60, 70.
All of them.
So it's really a labor of love, and we appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Let's do council reports then. We good with that? Jake, you want to start us off?
You bet. Two pickleball courts in Pheasantbrook Park are almost complete, but they're already in use. So just what's finishing up is the lights, so that's exciting. Movie in the park this Thursday. That's free of charge for all those who want to attend.
What's the movie?
Shark Tale.
That's at the pool.
Yeah, it's at the pool.
That one's at the
Hey,
pool,
cool.
which is exciting.
Stay out of the water, right?
Heath,
Shark Tale?
anything else from Parks and Rec? We had our Arbor Day competition, which was awesome. You had to take a picture of a tree inside Lindon with the Lindon residents. And I understand those will be posted online fairly soon.
Yeah, this week they'll go online. We had an overwhelming turnout. We had 25 or 30 photos, and it was really fun to see. So
That's great.
that's and we had some great donations from Rocky Mountain Power. They gave us 6 $250 tree vouchers we gave for prizes, so it was really good.
Perfect. All right. And that's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Jake. Randy?
Thank you, Mayor. I did attend the engineering meeting, and we talked about lots of different issues. I think the one that come away with that we'll probably need to discuss more is our water usage and the importance of us as citizens being careful with how we do, especially our outdoor watering at this critical time. We know the governor has expressed concerns and asked us to be prayerful in the endeavors of trying to be not only water-wise, but also in asking the heavens to supply us with needed water this year. I attended the Lindon Days Memorial Day service. Chief Brower and our cemetery sexton, our Juan, and our chief here did a marvelous job. It was beautiful. The mayor and his wife gave wonderful remarks. We also heard from, I've lost his name, Captain Johnson, wonderful remarks by Captain Johnson. It was a beautiful ceremony, a little smaller than it has been in years past, but so wonderful to come back again from last year's quietness that we've all had, to come back and to celebrate and honor those who have gone before us. For me, it was a personal, especially poignant day. We were able to have my father-in-law, who just recently passed, a veteran of the Navy in World War II, have his name placed upon the monument. So thank you, Chief, and all that you do, and all those who've made sure that we have that monument for all of our Lindon citizens, even if they're only for a small time. My father-in-law was just here for 8 days, so before he passed, and we're grateful for this opportunity to honor him. Continuing on the emotional level is that needing to talk about the fact that we lost Sherry Ladler, our utilities clerk. It was a sudden passing that she left us just a week ago today. I had the privilege of attending her funeral. It was a beautiful occasion and attended well by our city staff, both current and past, and it was one of those times when you go to funerals and you see people you haven't seen for a while. So to hug and give condolences with staff members from before and others, it was a very poignant reminder how short life is. And I just want to pay honor to Sherry and all the years of service. 17 years, is that right?
Yes.
And I'm sure more will be said about it, but I just wanted to honor her myself and thank her for all. I know Adam and I had a quick discussion in the hall, and between the retirement of Kathy Bird last year, Donna Hackey just weeks ago, and now the loss of Sherry, how many, it was 54 years?
52 years.
52 years of institutional knowledge that we have either said goodbye to in appropriate fashion or in a way that has broken our hearts. Lindon has been blessed by so many wonderful employees, and we look forward to being able to find wonderful people to fill those positions. Right now we have Rebecca, of course, who's been doing an extra heavy load, but we've just hired on Callie Jenkins, who I was able to meet tonight, and she's a wonderful gal who's going to be taking Rebecca's place, who's now been Donna's place. So we've just been shuffling and late. You know, if you're having problems with your utilities or anything like that, please be patient. We're working hard. Our staff is just trying to make sure we have these positions filled, but we have a wonderful staff who'll do a wonderful job taking care of us. And I think that checks all my boxes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Randy. And, you know, I was able to be there for the viewing, and there were a lot of city people there, and it was very heartwarming to see the support and the expression of love towards their family. And you know, and the mayor kind of went a little over the top. I was giving hugs to a lot of people, and you know that I love hugging. And you know, I'm glad we're getting out of this COVID thing. Her husband, you know, for the family, it's going to be a tough road going forward. And I just hope our continued thoughts and prayers will be with each and every one of our city employees. That everyone is precious. The people we serve are precious, and I just hope that we have a higher level of understanding and appreciation for that, because I think that's really what makes the world go around. So thank you, Randy. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mayor. I was out of state the day of the funeral, and I was very sorry to miss it, but she was a bright, shiny face there to come into every day, and it speaks volumes that the camaraderie of the city staff, that they love each other like family, and the leadership that we've had, not only, you know, from the top down from our city administrator, Adam, and just all the department heads, and everyone develops such a, it's really a family place here, and our mayor, giving those hugs, it's awesome. So just so grateful she could be honored, and hopefully the family can find some peace going forward with that sudden loss. In regards to other business, we had recently the ACE Open House, Intermountain in PG through the PG Lindon Chamber. I know I saw a couple faces there in and out just looking at that facility. It backs up to our Lindon boundary, and one of the things I asked them about was recycling. Recycling is something that we really would love to get more education and more buy-in from the community. Our recycling right now actually costs them money, $39 per ton, but they are more than happy to try to get this going. It offloads, you know, the permanent landfill and those fees and costs. So whatever we can do to promote that would be great. Continue that going. Also, we had the resident who brought to our attention the 400 North and Locust intersection being of concern for, especially for pedestrian, horse, bicycle navigating that intersection. And our city engineer, Noah Gordon, they conducted a traffic study there. They felt that it was pretty close to warranting some sort of traffic calming measure. I don't have an update yet. What that might be, it could be some sort of signage, and I recommended something that had solar ability that could have visual lights as well, because that's going to be a place that people just will probably be on autopilot, just cruising through and may not notice. So we'll see where that goes. Hopefully, I don't know, Adam, if you have an update on that. I don't know if that filtered up. It was just a conversation.
You know more than I do.
Okay. Well, hopefully within the month, I think we'll see some safety measures there, and they'll report on that. Also, there was the PG Lindon Chamber held a concert in the park, highlighting some of our businesses, and the safety coordinator for our sister city of Pleasant Grove, Tamara Oborn, I think you've spoken with her mayor. They have a program called PG Cares, and right now through the month of June, they have a campaign to help bring awareness to the youth about vaping. A lot of people feel like, smoking was the big thing to make awareness, and now it's the vaping. And they have signs that they are willing to offer that we could put around the city, especially for the month of June. And this is just to help stimulate conversations with parents and kids about the realities of vaping. They have a website, seethroughthevape.org. And so perhaps we would be open to joining that endeavor and putting some of those signs about. They were asking, and then also I noticed, so I had the privilege and the honor to have the assignment to write the newsletter article this month. We, as council members, that rotates once every 12 to 15 months. And so water is the big topic. We all know our governor had the call for prayer for rain, and we're in a tight spot right now through the whole Intermountain West. And I gave a shout out. I have to give a shout out to Heath, our Parks and Rec director, and also our Public Works, Juan Garrido. I said, hey guys, tell me what's going on in your departments. And they are so on the ball. They gave me this great amount of information. It could not be condensed in the newsletter. I'm going to share it with the council because I thought they had some really good, just a report on what they've been working on to be proactive as a city for engagement with the community. Juan had a whole bunch of coordinating things with the state. So part of that whole education process, I know he mentioned there's kind of a 3-step process depending on water supply. And I just wanted to share just a couple points from that. And maybe, I don't know if this would be an appropriate topic, as we see how things are going, Mayor Adam, to invite Juan to share. He had a ton of information that I could not distill.
We've got him scheduled to come into our next meeting and actually go through some of those.
Fantastic. Then I will not belabor that now, but you might have noticed some cities are starting to enforce, penalties or fines if you water between 10 to 6. We'll see what we think. I know we've taken the approach that the citizens of Lindon are intelligent and want to be good stewards, and we would like to promote that, but we'll see what steps. There's a lot of great steps our departments are taking for water conservation. And speaking to pickleball, those pickleball courts are nearly done in Pleasant Grove. And Heath, I'd love to chat with you about, they have some sort of a black fencing there. You're probably aware of it. We always have folks in our town asking about that kind of material as well and what we're doing for sound mitigation. And I believe that's all I have for now. Thank you. I'll turn the time over to Mike.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carolyn.
Well, I'm not sure what was going on this last 2 weeks, but I seem to have a target on my back. I've got more citizens' calls and concerns and face-to-faces. Many of them I've written back and acknowledged their concerns and put them in touch with the regular people, but I also reminded them we also take compliments. So if they feel so inclined, they're welcome to write us a nice one too. In terms of upcoming events, our director at the transfer station is now to the point where he'd like to meet with the mayor and with Adam. We engaged someone to do a long-term, long-range plan for the facility, and would like to get together and just discuss in principle where we head from here. So I'll be arranging that. Like a lot of other people, I've been out of town, graduations in Idaho and everywhere else. So that's on its way. Obviously, tonnage is down at the landfill because we're no longer in a COVID mode, and they have put some cameras up at strategic points along the route where they come in, so they can get a better feel of what the traffic count is coming in. So some of the issues, just quickly, roosters. Still getting a lot of feedback on roosters. Trying to share with them. I've shared with them sections of the code, and that if they have, well, you know the standard, more than 20,000 square feet, they can have 2 roosters, up to 14 hens, and the code that says we just need to be a little patient with one another and give those people who have animals, cut them a little bit of slack. And so I continue to work on that front, and I had everything from put hoods on the roosters to cut their necks. So that wasn't a very good suggestion. So, and let's see. I'm trying to remember. I had one more call. Did see the signs that went up on the trail, the canal trail, that encouraging people to take care. And I think that's all for now, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Van?
Yes, thank you. It's on those signs, which was my one point tonight. To start out with fairness, there's a lot with the triathlon event coming to close. We're getting lots and lots of people wanting to be along the trail to support that. But I think we really need to look to how far apart those signs are, and they probably need to be on both sides of the street. All it does is take a few and just congest them up in different areas.
I'm not familiar with what signs you're talking about.
We're talking about, so where the trail,
400.
Burnock Trail crosses like 400 North.
The no parking signs?
Yes. Okay,
You
there.
said triathlon signs, and I was
No,
confused on what.
maybe I should say that clear. There's a lot of people coming to watch the closing days of our triathlon guy.
I see.
So that's bringing it some increased pressure and increased traffic. But right now, it is not accomplishing what we want to do, to open up a line of sight for safety as vehicles are going through. They just go to the north side, as we have the signs on the south side. We're still, I'll see 4 or 5 in just my little bit of glimpses looking, that are parking in the no parking zone. And I know we're going around, but anyway, I would like us to look at that, maybe move those signs further apart so that there's a bigger line of sight opening up, and then look to do it on both sides, both the north and the south side of the street.
He's actually finishing his 100 days this week, tomorrow.
Yeah,
And
so-
they'll finish up at Timpanogos High School.
So, and I know that's brought a lot of interest, but right now, it's just worse.
Is that tomorrow? Is his last night?
Well, it's the 8th, I think.
Today's the 7th.
Yeah.
Days of 7.
And again, maybe relook at, maybe we do need to look at painting the curbs red. So it's more obvious that that's not where to park.
Okay,
Thanks. I've had 3 or 4 people talk to me about that this very week.
Okay, thank you.
Right, one thing I actually forgot. I've been getting a lot of feedback on the water situation. One day the water was murky, another day that they weren't getting adequate pressure, and I tried as best I could to share with them that they can go to the website textme.gov, and if there's some concerns there, and I gave them the city information so they could sign up for Everbridge and being contacted. Some of them are steadfastly claiming they're not getting contacted, and when they are, they're getting contacted at a very late hour, right? You know, they don't have enough time. I don't know what they would do to mitigate it, but anyway, just so you'll know, that's some of the feedback getting out there, but I don't know what else we could do other than continue to contact them.
Okay.
Okay, Adam?
Do you want to go back to that presentation first, or?
Are we ready? We good? Yeah. We want to get
We
these
are
good
ready,
people on to bigger and better things, right? Okay, Chief.
Mayor and City Council, you all remember March 20th when we issued the silver alert in our community, and we're fortunate enough to have Mr. Anderson and his family here, along with two individuals who don't want to be recognized, but we forced them to come on down. So Michael and Rachel, would you please come up for a second? Because we'd like to acknowledge you for your service that you helped that night in helping it. It takes a community.
And Chief, it's not a one and done. You got to keep doing this, I know, because there are several of us silver-haired people out there that may need some help.
With these,
lost at some point, so return the favor.
with these type of incidents, it's incredible to see community come out together, and that's what makes the community stronger. And when I called, do you go by Mike or Mike?
Mike.
When I called Mike and talked to him, it's a pretty incredible story what he told me about how they ended up where they were. They've actually lived by Mr. Anderson for 16 years in Orem and got the social media and saw the silver alert and felt to come out and help. And within minutes of arriving in a location, they located him. So we just have a certificate of appreciation that says, in commemoration for your kindness shown to our city, our residents, and our staff, certificate of appreciation is awarded to Michael and Rachel Adams for their benevolent service on March 2021 and assisting with the silver alert for our resident. So thank you again, appreciate it. Signed by the mayor, and we just appreciate it.
It's real valuable, let me tell you. It's, you know, it's something that can be a teaching tool. I assume, you know, kids or, you know, whatever, you know, not to toot your own horn, but we need more public service. We need more awareness that we're sensitive to our neighbors. So I just appreciate you, and we applaud you, and keep up the good work. Okay? So did everybody get a picture of what we wanted to do? We're all good?
Unless the family wanted anything else while they're here.
It's up to you. Please.
We're grateful to the Adamses, yes, but we're grateful to Chief Brower and the fire department, Lindon, Pleasant Grove, neighborhood, wards, everybody that came. We're very grateful, and of course, you know, these two saved their father's life, but we're grateful to Chief Brower and everyone that helped that night.
Well, thank you. Well, you
Glad it all ended well.
don't have to stay. You can get up and go anytime you want. So you don't feel like you're being rude, because, you know, we know you have other things to be doing. So, but thank you for being here this evening.
Lindon city business really interests us, so.
Thank you.
I think he had something to say.
Did you have something to say, sir?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just real briefly, that my father left the house on a short walk, and he was gone for several hours, and you cannot imagine how many hundreds of people were mobilized, and we just, as a family, want to say thank you. Eric mentioned not only the Adams, but the chief of police, and
Yeah.
oh my gosh, we had people from the fire department. It was after hours when they were helping us, and it was on a Friday night, and you know, what can we say?
It's heartwarming to know that people respond.
Yeah.
Police officers that were off duty in street clothes, stopping what they were doing and helping us.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
It was above and beyond, and we
Doesn't go unnoticed. Thank you. Thank you. Take good care of him, okay? We want to see him. All right. I got a smile out of him. That's good. Okay, Adam, you want to go ahead and...
Yeah. So, a few things. Kathy, can you give us a quick update? Our election filing period ended today at 5 o'clock. Can you just call out the names of those that filed in what office?
Oh, thank you, Randy. Okay, for city council, we have Gerald Hinckley, Van Broderick, Jake Hoyt, and let me go to the bottom, Cole Hooley, and Jennifer Price filed for council. So we have 5. And for mayor, we have Sean D. Moon and Carolyn Lundberg, who have filed for mayor. And being that we had 5 file for council, that means we will have a primary election.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Just a quick update on the secondary water situation with the areas east, on the east side of town. So we had, late Friday night, we had 2 of our primary pumps that move water. We have a series of irrigation reservoirs, and the lower reservoirs fill primarily through the North Union Canal, and then they pump up to the upper reservoirs. And so that is part of the reason those higher up on the hill have it's a higher water rate than those below, because they have to cover those pumping costs as part of their water availability. So this winter we had all of our pumps serviced in this one pump house. The company that did that is taking responsibility. They put in the wrong part on one of these or 2 of these pumps, and they burned up. And so those parts are on order, and the company is doing the repairs that we hope to have that back up in service by this weekend. But we did send out a message through Everbridge and put it on Facebook and through our email contacts to asking areas east of 400 East to reduce their water usage by 50%. And hopeful that people are working to do that. We've had a few comments online from neighbors talking about other neighbors who aren't complying with that. And so we hope that people will strive to do that. That the worst case scenario is people use too much water and it will drain our tank that is on that upper end that feeds these areas. And so overuse will lead to no secondary water. And so we hope that people will comply to reduce their consumption and conserve during this week specifically. Let's see, a couple other items. Just a reminder that here in the next few days, we will be sending out, we're required by the state to mail notice of our administrative fee transfers that occur from our utility enterprise funds. And so that'll come out on a postcard. Those will be mailed to all residents and businesses that are receiving utilities through the city. And then I think Randy mentioned everything that I had planned about the loss of Sherry Laidler, our utility clerk. And we are hanging on by our fingernails in that area. I really want to thank Kristen Colson and Rebecca Gibbons. They've put in a lot of hours over the last week or so trying to keep us afloat and understand what was happening. It's one thing to have somebody know that they're retiring or leaving for a new job and help train someone, but when somebody leaves suddenly, there can be a lot of questions on how things operated. And so, especially where she was that sole individual for 17 years. And so, utility bills, we are working on trying to get those out, but also processing a lot of other things in that administrative and finance department. So I think that is all I needed to bring up today, Mayor. So.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to the open session. Anyone who would like to address the council in open session on anything that's not on the agenda this evening? Just come forward and state your name and address and use this mic right here if you would, please.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Beckham. I'm here on behalf of UARC. I think I've written all of you a couple emails and letters over the last couple months, and I won't take up too much of your time, just a couple minutes here, just to follow up on the issues that I raised in that letter about North Utah Valley Animal Shelter, which is, the shelter is here in Lindon, but it services northern Utah County, including Orem and Lehigh and Pleasant Grove and a few other towns. And North Utah Valley Animal Shelter, since 2019, they've euthanized over 1,000 animals. And I understand completely that euthanasia in an animal shelter is a necessary and proper function, but our issue that we've raised is that the method of euthanasia that's being used at this shelter is not the most humane or modern method. They're using a very outdated method of a carbon monoxide gas chamber. That used to be more commonplace decades ago. Animal shelters used to routinely do that, but now there's kind of greater understanding that euthanasia by injection brings about death much quicker and much more painlessly for the animal. And it's also cheaper as well if there's any kind of like fiscal concerns for switching over to injection. So I'm here just to kind of urge the city to look for ways to bring about a change at the shelter. There's only 4 shelters now in the entire country that are still using a gas chamber to euthanize animals. And there's only two of those 4 are located here in Utah. They're the 2 in Utah County. The rest of the state has switched over to euthanasia by injection. And also just one little kind of postscript to that, the Humane Society of Utah, they're located in Murray. They're the largest animal shelter in the state. They offer a quarterly euthanasia by injection training for animal control professionals throughout the state. Normally there's a tuition or a fee associated with enrolling this, but they've informed me that if this shelter switched over to injection, they would waive that because they also think it's important to get the state to all of the shelters to get off of the gas chamber use because it's more inhumane. It goes against the recommendations of the American Veterinary Medical Association. They put out regular guidelines for euthanasia, and they recommend euthanasia for injection, not gas chambers for animal shelter environments. So I just encourage you all to please see what you can do. Maybe look at the contract that the city has with the Special Service District that runs the shelter there to see if language can be added to require euthanasia by injection. And I hope that to hear from some of you. So thank you.
So I have a question. Have you had a chance to hear from the director of the property?
We've reached out to, his name is Mr. Getling. We've reached out to him several times over the years, and it hasn't been too productive. We've tried to meet with him very recently because I think more and more people are getting kind of concerned and voicing their concerns to city councils and mayors. He says that he is doing a review right now, and we did give him, about a week ago, I gave him a couple hundred pages of peer-reviewed studies and industry guidelines to kind of help him in his review.
Yeah, I serve on the board, and I'm pretty aware of his desire to make sure that the animals are, I guess, treated as humanely as possible. And he has done annual reviews, trying to make sure that they're within the guidelines, what is appropriate. And I know he's going through that again right now, which I think is helpful because the board members that serve on that represent the different cities and municipalities that are part of that. And there is a desire to make sure that we use the best practices, the most humane practices. So appreciate you coming this evening. I don't know if the council has any questions or comments, but I appreciate you coming and spending the time. So
thanks for the opportunity.
Okay.
May I?
Sure.
Yes, I thank you for presenting in such a rational, respectable way. That always helps. And I'm sure you and those like you that are so passionate about this is a great work for you. What are some of the things that are also helping, with education in the community for people to get their animals, not to be proliferating, irresponsibly, and how we can maybe get more adoption? I'm sure you're involved in those. What sort of proactive things can happen on that end so we don't get to the point of having to eliminate?
Yeah, and that's another issue that we are going to be facing in 2021 too, because COVID actually shut down almost all of the spay and neuter clinics, including actually a really large one in Orem. And now in 2021, animal shelters across the valley, this isn't a problem specific to the shelters here, are seeing this explosion in the number of kittens especially that are coming in. So I think this is going to be a really challenging year for shelters in terms of dealing with the animal overpopulation problem. I do think that we need to try to find one thing that we are currently exploring, our organization is currently exploring, are voucher programs to assist with spay and neuter. Best Friends used to have a voucher program, but they kind of did away with it a few years ago. I think part of what happened is that animal euthanasia numbers have steadily declined over the last decade in Utah, and I think people may have let their guard down a little bit, frankly, and now I think they're kind of starting to go up. But like, I completely agree with you. We need to encourage adoption and spay and neuter so that like it stops the problem at the source. But it's important to remember though that animal shelters, even if we do achieve, you know, widespread spay and neuter, one function of animal shelters that I've kind of found, this maybe not talked about a lot, but if you have like a lower income resident who has an animal at the end of their life and they can't afford euthanasia services, and it's really in the best interest of that animal, those animals do sometimes come to the shelter and the owner says, my dog's dying at the end of their life, can you help me? So shelters are always going to have some euthanasia, you know, for animals where it's in their own best interest, or if you have like, you know, an extremely aggressive dog where there'd be a public safety hazard to adopt them. I understand that there's going to be situations like that. So that's why we're kind of, I guess you could say, talking mostly about the method, because it gets a little tricky. I don't know if that, I'm sorry if that's kind of a long-winded way to answer that, but there will always be euthanasia at animal shelters, some.
Well, Mr. Beckham, I have a question. I know that finances is only a part of the entire picture, but could you give us some idea? Is there a dramatic difference between euthanasia through the carbon monoxide or the injection?
Yeah, so to be honest with you, neither method is a particularly large expense on the balance sheet of an animal shelter. I'm only aware of one formal study that looked at this. It was at a shelter in North Carolina that was looking at this was about 10 years ago, looking at switching from gas chamber to euthanasia, and they found that cost per animal for euthanasia was about half when you did injection versus carbon monoxide. When you have carbon monoxide chamber, you have to get a regular supply of industrial gas, carbon monoxide gas. That has a little bit of an expense. Injection, you have a little bit of an expense as well with the sodium pentobarbital, but sodium pentobarbital is a generic barbiturate. You can get it for pennies. So neither, to be honest with you, is a particularly large expense, but euthanasia by injection costs about half as much.
Okay. I do have one more thought. We had to put down a couple years ago our beloved pet. My son and I, he's 6'6", 285, and we cried like babies, which is only appropriate because he was a member of the family. But I don't believe this is an isolated incident. For example, they just told us straight out when we came, we're not going to put the animal down just because you don't want the animal anymore. You know, we're just not going to do that if it's just an inconvenience. So we actually had to fill out a form, actually had to specify what the issues were, why we thought that the dog was, you know, one eye was missing, the other he's blind, and so forth. And then they vetted it and said, yes, that he is a candidate. Is that, in your studies with this North Valley Utah, the shelter, is that what you're seeing? They're not just willy-nilly putting animals down just because people want them to.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I looked at some of the individual records for animals in early 2021. The majority of the animals that and one thing to keep in mind too, by the way, is that because of COVID again, for about a year, the shelter hasn't been accepting owner surrenders to the shelter. And so that's dramatically reduced intake, which that's recommended by the National Animal Control Association. I don't mean that as any kind of critique or anything. But the animals that in the beginning of 2021, it was mostly trapped cats, feral cats, outdoor cats. That was what I saw the most of for euthanasia, period. I don't necessarily think that they were inappropriately, you know, someone coming in saying, I need help with euthanasia, and they were, you know, doing it when it wouldn't be called for. So I don't know if I saw that. That's kind of why I guess I'm more a little focused, I guess, on the method specifically. You know, and it's like if any one of us had at the end of our dog or cat's life, we go to the veterinarian and say, it's time to euthanize my animal, they're at the end of their life, and the veterinarian agrees. There's no veterinary clinic in Utah that operates a gas chamber. You know, your veterinarian will always use an injection, and I sort of think the animal shelter should offer the animals there that same level of kind of dignity that we offer our own animals who have a home.
there just, I'm sure it's been talked about, is the director just.
Well, I think it'd be helpful to maybe have Teague come in and do a report, just his findings. I think, I'm not refuting what you're saying. I don't think he's looking at this one way or the other. He's trying to do what's best. And, you know, I think it'd be helpful to have him maybe share that information to the council, what his studies and information have shown. And quite honestly, as a council, we can make a recommendation, and I'm sure he'll follow it, you know, so.
Mayor, I spent some time down there early on in my being a council member. I do think that we can all agree that they have the best interests of the animals at heart. I really do believe that from my interactions with them. Granted, it's been many years. And maybe just to help you understand maybe where I'm coming from, I've always, as this debate has come up several times, it seems like the injection has some danger to the person injecting the animal, and maybe that's been a concern that's been brought up several times to me, and we can take this offline between ourselves, and I think that's probably what you need to overcome is it a better option than all the way around? Are there drawbacks? And I agree, let's hear both sides of the story. But like Carolyn said, I really appreciate the form and the way you've approached this. We've had others specific to the animal shelter who have approached this in a very negative way. And I really appreciate it, very professionally done, and this is the right way to do it.
Well, thanks for listening to what we had to say.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, I believe we have, I don't want to call you out, but Greg Lewis, do you want to address the council? Go ahead and come up to the mic and state your address, please.
I'm a terrible public speaker.
Well, just relax, it's okay.
Situations, so please bear with me here. I want to thank Lindon City, the great job you do. It's a wonderful community to live in. I've been here 40 years and I've loved every minute of it. And I lose my voice really bad, so sometimes I'm a very political guy, and of course I'm ex-military, and I have a great love of country, and I'm worried about the direction we're going. And to me it seemed like that national issues do bleed down into community issues. And right now we have a lot of national issues. To be specific, I'd like to know if we are having an increase in crime as people migrate into our state, people who are, maybe they're illegal or maybe they're from another area. What are the crime statistics here? Do we need to worry about home invasions, break-ins, theft of property? You know, have we got that kind of crime coming?
Well, I don't want to speak for the chief, but maybe you want to just briefly, I mean, crime is always there. It's prevalent, whether and we need to be sensitive to that as neighbors and neighborhoods. We need to be, the best defense is a good offense, right? I mean, if all eyes and looking to see what's going on, and we have a police force that you can reach out to and make them aware of, you know, potential situations. I think as the numbers go up as far as population, crimes follow. I mean, is that fair to say, Chief?
Yes, so most of the crime suspects in our area are from, you know, local communities. We haven't seen a lot of people coming in from out of state committing crimes in our city, thankfully. So related to our rates in Lindon, we're seeing consistencies, and we're addressing, you know, like you said, the thefts or, you know, bigger ones. So we're trying to address those things in ways. But as far as home invasions, you know, violent crimes, we're very fortunate here, and we haven't seen an uptick.
Great, okay. All right, that's all I had.
Awareness is always good, and, you know, I know that we try to, as a police force, we try to do educational to the community, to where, once again, we can encourage our residents to just be aware of potential situations. So it doesn't, locking your doors, closing your garages, just good common practices. I mean, I grew up in a small community, and I didn't learn how to lock a door. Well, I knew how to lock a door, but we didn't lock doors. But as, opportunity presents itself,
I
good.
remember when we had the earthquake awareness
Yeah.
drills and whatnot, but I wonder if the city could maybe, if you have suggestions to the citizens, if you could put it
I think
out in
that's-
a newsletter or something
Yes.
like that.
Great suggestion.
We all learn to watch out for each other and prevent things from happening. And
Thank you
so
for.
I feel like I might.
Before you go, Mr. Lewis, I just want to say thank you for your service in the military.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for your awareness that we need to take care of each other here in our community, and your courage to come forward to address your concerns with us. I appreciate that as a council member, and I know my fellow council members and elected officials. We appreciate hearing from our citizens and appreciate you being aware of certain scenarios. And I want you to be assured that we take those kind of things here very seriously. We are on the watch, making sure that our citizens, including yourself, are protected. And we have wonderful staff and a fabulous police department. Public safety is just paramount to me, coming from that kind of background in my own family.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got a fabulous chief here who's taking good care of us.
Yes, we do.
Louis, which branch of service did you serve in?
I was Army, yeah, back in the 60s, so
And
long time.
Just to add to that really quick anecdotally, again, you're a wonderful asset to have in this community. And with your experience, I would imagine there's a lot you can do to share love of country and the reason why you sacrifice to the younger generation so they can understand that. And we had someone in my neighborhood a while back call because they saw some activity somewhere and they said, should I call the police? I don't know. I don't want to feel dumb. I don't know if it's for sure this or that. And our officers were amazing. They said, no phone call is dumb. If you ever see anything that just gives you those spidey, tingles on the back, just have us come check it out. We're so happy to check it out. So our police are amazing that way. And also there is a neighborhood watch program that you could tag into. I know my neighborhood, we had our former police chief come and the neighbors got together. We got signs, the neighborhood watch signs at the entrances of our streets and got everyone together, had a barbecue that, we hosted, and police chief came and talked about some of those measures that we could do as neighbors to watch out and what the bad guys don't like. So our public safety folks would love to help if anyone wants to ever schedule those, I'm sure.
I've had some friends down in Arizona, and they're running into these kind of problems. And I think it's coming to our community someday. So.
Well, let's be vigilant. Let's have all eyes and help each other out, so.
Okay.
And you did, just so you know, you did just fine.
Yeah.
You were great.
I don't know if the rest of you worry about these kind of issues too, but I've always been real protective, and I think I don't want to see the kind of things happen that happen even in Salt Lake here, and we want to live in peace and not have to worry about this. But the way our country's being run right now, they're running it into the ground, and I think that we've got to be vigilant.
And Mr. Lewis, again, I think you need to, you can rest assured that this council that I've served with 10 years in this city, and it's a fine council, and we talk about these issues. These are things that are important to us to make sure that you feel comfortable. So we appreciate you sharing your concerns with us so that it just once again reminds us that we are on the right path of making sure we stay vigilant for you.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr.
I hope I
Lewis.
wasn't out of line. I know this is a
Not at all,
town
no.
issue, but.
Just for the record, I wouldn't want to tangle with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else here to address the council in open session that's on something that's not on the agenda? Okay, let's move. I believe we have a consent agenda item.
This is the mutual aid agreement for, essentially, it's being called the Mobile Field Force Agreement. Essentially, this is riot control, or if those types of issues were to arise, where we're calling on other agencies. We would all help each other throughout Utah County and Wasatch County, so.
Reinforcements if we
Yep.
need them. Okay.
I think it's great. I reviewed it. I'm ready to move forward.
I'll
I'm in
make a
agreement
motion.
too.
If there's anybody needs to discuss it further,
I think we're good.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
We have a motion by Randy. Is there a second by?
Second, oops, sorry.
No, no,
We're anxious.
you're good.
We'll give Van that. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a major subdivision, Lindon Treasury Plat E, approximately 110 South, 250 West.
All right.
Hey, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Mr. Labudi, if you want to come up as well, he's the applicant. He has made an application for a 9-lot subdivision. This would be our third phase of this, of this Lindon Treasury development. Let me go to that subdivision plat. So, a couple things. Main access will be off of 110 South here. This is 200 West. That was the new street that's been installed off of 200 West. The 7 of the homes will be accessed from this new cul-de-sac here. The road currently is constructed to about this point. It will actually be torn up and reconstructed, because right now all of the stormwater flows to the east. It needs to flow to the west, and so that will be reconstructed. There's 2 existing homes, one on lot 14, one on lot 13. Those will remain. Now 300 West, that currently that cul-de-sac doesn't meet our standards. You can see the difference in size between the two. We've been working with the applicant. They will be installing a hammerhead turnaround there, using part of the cul-de-sac to try and bring that into compliance as much as possible with this property. So all of the lots meet the minimum lot requirements. They're over 20,000 square feet. Let me see if I've got anything else. Here's some photos you can see of the property. You can see the current road, how it's been constructed. This is the end of that street. And then this is looking up at that where the cul-de-sac will be. So they'll actually have a downhill cul-de-sac, which isn't ideal, but that's the topography of the property. They'll also be installing, so they'll have this proper storm drain line that'll go out to 300 West. They've been working with our engineering department, so if there is any overflow on that downhill cul-de-sac, there'll be a grass kind of spillway or whatever that it can go down to 300 West and meet the curb and gutter down there. So with that, the Planning Commission and staff have recommended approval with the following conditions. That the applicant will continue to work with city staff to make all final corrections to the engineering documents and plat. The plat will, with lot layouts as approved as provided in the staff report. Prior to plat recording, the applicant will provide staff with a final plat Mylar to include notarized signatures of owner's consent to dedication and obtain signatures of all entities indicated and attached on the subdivision plat. Complete or post an adequate improvement completion assurance warrant and post required warrant assurance for all required public infrastructure improvements. The plans and plat will meet and be constructed as per applicable specifications as found in the Lindon City Development Manual. Prior to final development approval, the applicant shall place permanent survey monuments in the subdivision and all items of the staff report. So, Mayor, Council, if you have any questions.
Long list, but not that much, right?
We'll figure it out.
Council?
How was Planning Commission? How did they respond?
Yep.
So we got a commissioner back here?
It was unanimous. We thought he did a really good job. He worked well with the city. He dealt with all the drainage issues. We went into quite a bit of detail about the drainage issues, the pipes, the size,
Yeah.
all that stuff. He seemed to comply. It's going to be good. It's going to be a good at
drove through it last night. I think it's great. I love that development. I love the size of the lots. Phenomenal. I'm very excited about this development.
I drove through it just right before coming here tonight, and the only concern I had was the topography and how that cul-de-sac is going to work, and you explained it very well for me. Thank you, Michael. And
That road is high. I remember
Yes, it
seeing
is.
when the last development, and the last developer was the one who put in that road.
Yeah.
It'll be taken back and lowered.
And how far back are you coming? All the way to 200, is it 200 West?
It's about 75 feet back. It's a little frustrating because we paid for that to be put in. And they originally had submitted it to be quite a bit lower, but I understand the city needed to meet the requirements to have it drained to the east. And so we'll pay for it to be pulled out and pay for it to be put back in again.
As
It's
a,
just what it is.
Look fine based on what we've seen, but it's
Yeah.
pretty tight there right now.
Yeah.
as somebody who lives at the end of a cul-de-sac, I will say, make sure that everything's deep enough that your water is not hot this time of year. I cannot get cold water coming out of my tap, and I'm told it's because I live in a cul-de-sac now. I lived on, for over 20 years, I lived on a pass-by on a collector road, got nice cold water this time of year, and I can't do it for the life of me. So make sure it's nice and low so they get that cool water. So that's my only ask, but I'm not
I
holding you to
appreciate
it.
that. Yeah, that's good.
She'll be out checking your depth, okay?
Mine's deep
Thank
enough, but just barely, just to beat code. Not cold enough, not deep enough for cold water.
Council, any other questions,
water in the
concerns?
No.
So you're gonna live there?
We have dreams to build on lot 12 someday.
Okay.
There's some old stables kind of in that western piece that our kids, they have a bunch of animals, pigs and goats and chickens, and someday we hope to build on lot 12. We'll see what happens. It's a little crazy right now. We can't afford it, but
Timing's not the best of times, but the reason I asked that question is because I was told I've developed some property, and it was more not that I wanted to be a developer. I wanted to live in an area anyway. Doing that, I was told you never want to live in a subdivision you develop. And I said, why? Because people are going to come with all the problems. I said, well, what are the problems? And I said, well, can we fix that? Can we just do it right the first time?
yeah.
So I appreciate people that live in areas that they've developed, because I think there's a level of concern and interest that benefits everyone. So thank you for developing.
Well, thank you. I have to compliment everybody that we've worked with. I mean, Mike's been phenomenal as far as discussing some of these hairy situations. They're difficult problems to solve, and I mean, everybody's been wonderful to work with and respectful and commonsensical on the way that we've been approaching this. So
Good. I think we're good.
Mayor, I move to approve the major subdivision, Lindon Treasury, Plat E as presented by staff.
Okay, we have a motion by Mike, a second by Randy. Any further discussion? Go ahead and call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you.
What's the interest level so far? You probably have got them all pre-sold in this market, right?
we get calls almost every week. Yeah, boy, Lindon is the greatest place in Utah County, I think, and the greatest place in the state. And so there is a lot of interest. We just don't know what to do because we love the place, and we'll see what happens, I guess, over the next year or two, and try and make some decisions, put them off as long as we can. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, item number 9 is a continued public hearing. So someone want to open that up?
I make a motion to open a public hearing.
Motion by Van, a second by Carolyn. All in favor?
Aye.
Actually had you on the end.
We are now in a public hearing, and Jake will leave the room.
Bye, Jake.
See you back in a while.
Okay, Mike. Amy, go ahead and come and have a seat.
So I'm just gonna go over real quick some of the changes that were made from the last city council meeting. The unit count was reduced from 75 units to 71 units. The number of single-family homes was increased from 13 units to 13 units. Those single-family homes range in size from 5,000 square feet, the lots, 5,000 square feet to 9,700 square feet. There's 25 visitor parking stalls. Last time there was 28, which is above our requirement in the code. So but there's still 25. Fewer lost because of the single-family homes. The overall open space percentage is increased from 32.7 to 34.7%, and the overall density was decreased from 9.7 to 9.2 dwelling units per acre. So with that, Amy and I would be glad to answer any questions.
Mike, you may have misspoke. You said.
Said 13 twice, right?
13, yeah, 13, increased 13 to 13.
Oh, sorry, increased from the number of single-family homes from 3 to
3
13.
to 13,
Sorry.
okay, just making sure.
I was checking my hearing as well.
Yeah, I'm thinking, someone out there was
Thank
kind of like. All right.
Do you want to ask your questions first, or do you want,
I'll defer to the council. I mean, do you want to go with questions, or we good?
I think we're good. I'm good.
I just,
Okay.
the main part about this is we were matching a similar density that was approved in the nursery on there. We also felt that it was, we really wanted to increase and make sure that we had that strong transition from the residential lots. Then that's why we changed those, where before we had those as twin homes, or there were even townhomes on that side. And so we wanted to make a larger transition of single-family homes for it. So, but like I said, we were above on our parking, above on our open space. We're really trying to, we feel we're really above and beyond what the ordinance and what the code is asking. We're trying to really make a beautiful community. One thing that has been discussed, and something that City Council, we can do this on our final subdivision approval. We don't have to do it on this part right now. I know the last meeting, the conversation came up on, well, are these going to be rentals versus owner-occupied homes? We currently didn't put that in a DA, but we're happy to add that into our HOA documents and CCNRs, or add that in our subdivision plan approval for that as a percentage. The one important part I will note, because I do design for rent communities. I have 3 of those up near Boise right now, and it doesn't meet any of what we would typically design for a for-rent community. The units here are very large. We wouldn't be having the size of the single-family homes. It's just a lot of different combinations. And then the second part is that we're currently under contract with Alpine Homes to build this, and they don't build for a for-rent community. They are owner-occupied. That's their target market. We've done our research as far as selling these, and the target, just in case people want to know, is between the master on the mains, which all these things we have talked about, but the master on the mains are, really targeted for maybe those Lindon residents that still want to stay in Lindon community but can't quite take care of their yard, and then and they want an HOA that's involved, or those, we have a lot of couples right now that are doing, want an attainable housing. It's very difficult right now to find a property in this price range. So the attainable housing is a really important part. I just felt I didn't want to drop the density dramatically because of, besides the fact of economics of how much it costs, how much it costs to build, everything like that. But the more we drop the number of units, the more that the units are hard to be become attainable housing for individuals. And then that's, residents that we're basically forcing. And right now we're in a housing crisis as far as I see, where they just came out with numbers in 2050. Utah County alone is supposed to be tripling in, we're supposed to be tripling in population. And I think it's like and I know we don't want them all in our backyard, but let's create smart, resourceful, nice, planned communities that we're proud of. And so, yeah, that's where we're at.
Can you just give us a little background on Alpine Homes?
Actually, I'll let Alpine Homes is here today, and if you'd like, I can let them kind of speak for.
Well, the other group that unfortunately had to back out, we did see some examples of some of their work.
Yeah.
I think it would be beneficial, for me at least.
To understand
To
who they are.
yeah, who they are
yeah.
and what they've done before and.
Yeah, and I'm happy, we can even pull up their website. They're not just only local to Utah, but they create one thing I was happy with in Alpine Homes is they really create a superior, really nice product. It's not something that every little item is an upgrade or they're not a builder that has constantly, I could name a couple other builders that are in constant litigation as far as
You won't do
construction.
that, right?
No,
Okay,
I won't.
good.
I won't. I'm just saying, we were really proud and happy to be aligned with Alpine Homes for it. And so when Brighton Homes canceled, and it wasn't because necessarily, well, they said between the project taking a little too long to get approved, and then they have a couple of their larger projects happening in Provo, and they decided to focus over there. So Alpine Homes went here. We actually had multiple choices, and we wanted to pick a builder that we would be really proud of for the development for it. So yeah. I don't know if you want Steve to talk about Alpine Homes specifically, or would you like me to?
So are those the different locations where they build? Is that on that picture? Looks like it's West Jordan.
That's one market, but they have, yeah, you can kind of see everywhere that they're building around the state. They also build in other states as well. They're
Does that help, Mike?
family-owned.
Yeah, I've obviously vetted them
Yeah.
fairly well and they meet your needs.
We
so.
also felt like they had a mix of, as far as, we're not talking, today we're just talking about zone change on the subdivision plat approval. We'll have to talk about architect design and things like that. But we felt that they had a really good mix of the farmhouse, traditional, and a lot of theirs is very classic farmhouse traditional, but they have a product that can have some variation of modern as well.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Anything? Are you?
Yeah, I think, Mike, do you mind pulling up the plat that she has in the staff report? Here we go. So talk to us about, one of the things that was brought up a lot was the road the 33 feet extension into the commercial. Talk to us about why you think that's a good trade-off in this iteration.
Well, we felt like this way it allowed us to have the single-family homes for the difference in there. We also felt it was still important to be able to have access through there to get to the other commercial part on the finger of 500, so that it didn't only it gave 500 an option to be able to have coming off of 500 that commercial piece right there. We felt like a commercial piece should still be able to have that road to get through there as far as access, and not have that commercial access have to go through a neighborhood to be able to cut out again. But the other part is we're still, I felt that the commercial side, we're still it didn't decrease anything as far as commercial and what we're providing for sales tax or anything else there. And then, So all of those buildings are staying the same, and it really just helps optimize the community so that we can have, as we said, we're above our open space, we're above on parking spaces, all of those things. I felt like it was a better trade-off to be able to allow that.
Ben, any questions?
No, I would start by saying what we've done on the right-hand side there, that transition, I like how you've done that. That's become much better. You know, we've talked a lot about the density, and I know it can fit the overlay, but I was hoping with kind of where Elwood Place is proposed on the west side, I kind of see that as a concession. I was hoping to see a little more in the density.
On the west side, oh.
I know it's kind of on an angle. The one that goes
Where
between the
where
commercial.
the units face the commercial road.
Right.
Okay.
With that road kind of pushed into that commercial area. And I know that could be debated, but because that's there, I was hoping to see a bigger deduction in density.
Randy?
Just making sure it's not going out of turn.
Yeah, I assume
That's fine.
Van's.
I have 3 points here. First, number one is it's a great plan. It's a beautiful plan.
Thank you.
And, but, you know,
I know.
there's going to be my big but here, and that is the access to 570.
Yeah.
When this ordinance was put into place, never realized that we'd be accessing, even though this particular property had the master plan said that this was opening up to State Street. When this was put on the master plan, I said again, just not for you, because you know where I stand, for the purpose, was not what the forethought of thinking we would have density of this type even coming to our city. And so there's my second point, that it is opening up. I wish that there's some way that we can incorporate that into, but at this point I know that that's not a possibility of making that be some sort of a cul-de-sac, and I understand where we were all at right now. My third point is going from what Councilmember Broderick brought up, and that, and I believe Carolyn talked about this as well. The homes that face west on Elwood Place, those multiple units there being having their access be into from the commercial. To me, it's where the trade-offs is we get more of the goodies that we would like anyway. We're getting the density because the access is being off of the commercial, and I maintain that that keeps the number not at the rate I want them to be. So if we were accessing them within the project, the way I always envisioned this ordinance to be, then that would have necessarily made the density lower. And I have to always wonder what that project would have looked like if there was never any access off the commercial. So, I mean, like anything else, this particular project for me, because this is the first one, this is a challenge because it's the first one out. It's the bleeding edge. It's the tip of the spear here, and it's extra challenging. I'm sorry that this has been you that are having to go through it because you're a very lovely person. I just know that as for me, it doesn't meet the ticks that I need as I sit as a representative of the citizens of Lindon and who have charged me with making sure that they are taken care of. And this is for them and for the ones that are also coming in. I'm balancing this for the residents that will be here, but for the ones that are here, this one still doesn't meet my mark for me, but it's a beautiful plan nonetheless. There's so many things. I wish it were just only accessing State Street the way I always envisioned this ordinance to be. So
Right, and I appreciate that. Yeah, it's been a morph of compromises, right? The last city council, just to clarify, was, that was actually denied to amend the general plan amendment that they want, it was said to go through. So that's why we came back with making sure that it was there going through. But I appreciate your concern, and I would love to be able to accommodate everybody and everything. I just felt like between public safety and everything else that this is where we should be on there. But I understand that it's a new concept for Lindon City for it. So, and you guys have been great in as far as really thinking of all the residents and hearing their voices, and I commend that because I think it's great. You've done a great job.
Amy, if I may, I would like to, I appreciate my fellow council members' comments, and this has been something all of us have pondered. This has been over a year process, so yeah. I need to commend you for the patience working with this, and for those that maybe are just kind of catching on now or recently, Lindon City, we know that growth is upon us. Our sister cities are doing much more high density than this. Even what we're looking at here is such a softer approach, hopefully, and we're doing it in a way that creates a high-level community that we can be proud of, that brings in vested community members that are going to be owners versus renters, that will be have that little bit of country open space that is somewhat evolving at this point. We had another horse property right before you that now is, developing, and so. What I like about what's here is, we did agree as a council, I think it was a unanimous vote, to create this overlay. This property was a year-long process. Our planning director and community members had a committee that went through a very long process. The first ask for both sites that this ordinance was created for was a much bigger ask. This has come down tremendously from that. I had a planning commission member remind me on a phone call earlier this week that it started much higher, and I know some people feel like, well, it's gone from 10 to 9.2, but it was, we had the other developer and this one have iterations that have come down significantly, so thank you for working with that. This, as far as the access, I feel really good about what I'm seeing here because I was thinking about if I lived in this community, I would love my backyard to open to the green space. I would not appreciate as much my backyard looking at the commercial building. So I think that orientation for me feels good, and that's a subjective matter. Obviously, we have other council members that feel differently. I like that you've met the requests. Originally with this ordinance, like Randy said, this is such a new thing for all of us. We were really wrestling with how do we craft this to do it right. And for me, that transition of the single family at the back deep part, essentially I was kind of roughly doing the numbers, but I believe it's, we're looking at just that section alone is like a density, if we just looked at it in and of itself, of like 4 to 5 units per acre. So that creates some spread and distance. The road has a natural traffic calming measure. The original city master plan would have connected a straight shot out to State Street that also connects to the road on the side of Walmart. So that would have been probably a far bigger impact eventually. So I like the elbows and the there as well. Hang on, let me get my other notes. Sorry, I have to. So there's no direct connector. You've gone above and beyond the parking. I think that is something that was a big concern. Parking is now, remind us again what count we're at.
We're at 25, right, Mike?
25.
Yeah.
Okay, in addition to the required, okay.
Well, that includes the required.
Including the required.
Yeah, it's
okay.
not on top of required.
Have the driveways, 2-car garages, full driveways for parking, not these super short driveways like you get in other developments. I feel like if we say, no, you can't have this 33-foot part of road, well, the ordinance could still allow 9 or 10 units per acre, and we'd be looking at a much more, just everything kind of compact and squished together. This, to me, we have that beautiful open park space that everybody can enjoy and the pathways, so it just speaks to me that little bit of country smart design that we need to do. I don't think the 33 feet, I think what you mentioned, having an incentive for the commercial users to use a truly commercial access point versus potentially people that might use the neighborhood as their access for the commercial. And I also appreciate that, the discussions of what can we do to have an HOA CCNR that maintains that the majority of these in perpetuity are homeowner occupied members of the community. I think it does address, like you said, one of the big motivators we had was looking at where could we have a transition from the 20,000 square foot half-acre lots. Where do we want these to be in the city? To bring in, we've had I think all of us on the council have had questions from people in the community. Hey, I loved my half-acre, but I'm kind of done with it. Or, you know, the Lindonites who want to downsize but have something really beautiful still. Stay in the community, or the attainable for those up and coming. So I think this is feeling so much better from where it's come in the past year plus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Amy, I just want to say too how much I appreciate your willingness and the council's willingness. I think I mentioned at the last meeting that I think it's unrealistic to expect that everybody's going to get what they want. It's just not feasible. It doesn't work that way. But I feel like I've learned a great deal. I was a lot more hard-nosed, if you will, about not getting, I keep calling it getting too deep into the weeds, but I can certainly see through this process that we've gone through, I appreciate other council members sharing their concerns and their issues, and I think you've done a great job, along with your staff, of responding to what they're doing, and I know that some of the council members haven't gotten everything, but I certainly feel like that what we do have is a wonderful compromise that everyone could live with, hopefully. And I'm personally so excited about the concept of commercial in the front, residential in the back. I just think it's going to be a fantastic, successful development. And again, I believe that we have taken enough precautions or enough safety measures, if that's what you want to call it, as a council to ensure future developments. I think we've learned a lot from this one that will help us in the future on similar type developments. So again, thank you very much, and and I want to thank my fellow council members too for being patient, and so thank you.
Any more comments from the council? Are we good to, this is a public hearing, so we get to, yes, please.
Hi, Scott Thompson. I'm also member of the Planning Commission. I'd like to applaud her for the time she put in for it. Thank you for listening to many of our recommendations. I believe this is the best plan we've seen over this one-year proposal. I really like the transition of the single-family lots. I think those are going to be a great asset to the community. I think it not only provides that type of home, but it alleviates a lot of the main concerns which the neighbors had. Major one was parking. No one from the townhomes is really now going to want to go down and park on 570. It's far enough away. I think it's alleviated that. The only concern with the Planning Commission that this is in contrast with is the road within the 300 feet. However, looking at it, seeing the park, the open space benefits, the parking benefits, the fact that there is still the concrete wall on the west side of that road, so it still does give them that, the residents there, they don't feel like they're going to be in a commercial zone. It does give them that wall. And then if you look at the traffic flow on this particular plan, it literally evenly splits the outflow of this unit off 570 and 500. So I think you've done a great job in dividing that, which was one of the big concerns of the community. I'm excited for it, and I support this one 100%. And I speak just for me, not for the whole Planning Commission, but this has been a long time coming, and I think it's the best we've seen. And I shudder to think if we don't pass it, what the state may force us to do sometime in the future. So I think that's my comment.
Okay, others? You're all so good. I mean, you've grown up with us here in a year, you know, it's like.
We've already said it all too.
I don't know, I don't want to go first. Is anybody else going to go?
Yeah, I can go first.
Okay, you go first.
So my name's Cole Hooley. I live on 378 West, 700 North. And I don't want to be a buzzkill, but I'm going to be that guy. This is like a rolling, it's just rolling into the land of, this is the best of kind of of the deal. But in my seat, I'm just slowly, the pit is growing in my stomach as I'm starting to count votes in my head. I'm like, oh man. And so, I mean, Scott spoke, I know it's got better, but it's still in that space for us where it's like, oh, I know for 570, I don't live on 570, but the density even became more so of an issue. And I got thinking about, like, there are 283, well, about 295 adults in this sort of neighborhood, about 400. And when I spoke with all of them, it was just, there was a lot of questions about 570 going through or not, but there weren't any questions about the density. And so that's the part that I'm just struggling with. It's like the compromise it doesn't feel like, I know when I saw the most recent report, I was like, oh please, oh please, oh please. And I was like, oh, dang. The density still was a little too high for me. And I understand the trade-off with cost. I know that it's already very expensive, and folks, the demographic, it's not gonna be for affordable housing, and it will make it go more expensive. But it seems like that might be the compromise on their end, is to spend a little bit more for the local residents to have a little bit less of everything. But anyway, so, you know, you're right. There's like, Councilwoman Venturi said, there's not like,
One size fits all.
yeah, there's not a one size fits all. But I think it's just telling where the burden is currently sitting. And it's with the people who are living there. And that's where I feel a little bit, something's off. If the people feeling most of the pinch are the ones who are living there. And so it just gives me a moment to pause, to think about, well, there would have to be a really super compelling reason to go against that. But anyway, that just wanted to, I don't want to be the buzzkill, but a little bit, where there's still something about it that's a little higher than I know, at least the data that I pulled was that looked at. But thank you. It's a hard one to figure out.
Thank you. So you're not the first, so you can be the second if you like.
Yeah. I prefer to be the last, because I'm not.
Well, you may be the last. I don't know.
I don't know. I
If
think
you
we
say-
probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't feel compelled to come up and say anything today because, you know, I come up here every single time, either my or my husband. But we weren't here last time, so we missed out a lot on the meeting and what was kind of said. By the way, I didn't mention my name is Amy Alvord and I live on 570 North. But I know you guys know who I am, but for the recording, we're disappointed, of course, to see that 570, kind of heartbroken and disappointed, is a through street. We've stated opinions over and over again about that, but we really appreciate Amy putting in all of those single homes. We think that is a fantastic transition that will definitely help with property value and also with parking, which was some of our huge issues living right next to the property. I guess I'm just concerned that in order to have that, we have to give up that road in the commercial. I was reading through the ordinance that was written, and it says to preserve the commercial intent, use, and zoning along State Street, a 300-foot commercial depth shall remain, and residential uses are not allowed within this depth. It says the Planning Commission and City Council may consider a reduction in this depth upon evaluating a couple of points. I know that when the Planning Commission passed this motion onto you guys a couple of months ago, one of the things they said was they wanted to see that road inside within. But by moving that road inside, 71 units will not fit in that area if that's what has to happen. And I feel like that's kind of a natural way to reduce the density by following these rules that were written in the overlay. Having said that, we would, as neighbors, my husband and I, we would much prefer having residential in this area than commercial, especially if commercial is open to our road and we have no idea what we're getting into. But we're just still really concerned. 570 is now open and the density is still 4 less. And that just doesn't seem like a big reduction in impacting. And I know Randy had talked about, in fact, several of you talked about the very first time we met on this back in April 9th, I think it was, had talked about the impact that this would have on the neighbors. And opening it up to our street maybe diversifies in our minds the traffic. There's still going to be the traffic and it's got to go somewhere. And any eastbound traffic will go up residential streets, either 570 or 500. So density is just still, a big issue, and now traffic going up our street still remains a big issue. And it's hard to know, because I wasn't here to hear your comments last time, and so it's really hard to know. I don't know how you're going to vote, but I heard that it was split, so I'm just really not quite sure how that's going to go. And I think that was like the biggest thing. It looks like Justin, the neighbor that lives across the street, he got stuck in traffic. I guess there was a fire on the road, so he couldn't get here. I know one of the biggest concerns he had, and I didn't write this down, and I didn't think that I'd be speaking for him, and hopefully he'll show up in the next couple of minutes and he can rush up here and say some words for himself. But I thought he had spoke, maybe it was with you, Mike, it wasn't with Mike, about doing some kind of a pork chop, did he call it, coming up 570 that maybe would, and I don't know how that works. Is that something anybody had talked about, a pork chop, putting that on the end of 570?
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned that before.
You mentioned that on 500, but on 570, maybe as a pork chop is just a traffic calming measure.
I mean, we've talked about one at that intersection, but it's something we'd have to look at engineering further to make sure there was the road width and it functioned. So.
Yeah.
And I don't know much about that. I know that was just one thing that he was concerned about, and he had mentioned to me earlier today, and then texted me and said, "Speak for me." And
get up there and talk about
nobody
pork
can
chop.
speak for Justin, because I know nobody can speak for Justin because he's just so eloquent, and I feel like I bumble through everything. So I just appreciate everything that everyone has said, and I too have learned so much through this process. I appreciate so much everything that you guys do. So thanks.
Thank you.
And Amy as well, who's been through all of this. We've talked to her off and on for quite a while trying to figure this out too. So, thanks.
Okay, others? Thank you.
Kathy Rockhill, 380 West 600 North. I think this is awesome. This has been a long time, and Amy has really bent over backwards. Of course, we'd all love to see quarter-acre lots, but when the plan was to change this to higher density to accommodate the expense of the property, then that issue has changed. So I really feel like if the city says that you can have 10 units per acre and a property comes, or a developer comes and says, okay, we'll do it, then I think that you kind of have to do that. But I feel like Amy has really worked hard. I don't know if she's made very much money on all the hours that she spent on this. I love all of those acres, those lots in there. I think that's just great. And I do think that only those people that are those lots will probably go through 570, most of them. I mean, I think a lot of those smaller homes will be starter homes, or maybe they'll be 55 plus. So I don't know if there'll be that many young children that are 6 years old and older going to school that'll be going up there. I don't think that demographic of people will be living in those. And so therefore I think a lot of them will go to State Street just because it's heavier traffic if they don't have kids going. I mean, it's just a guess, right? We're not sure.
That's human data is what we call it. It's our best guess.
We just don't know. We don't know. Maybe they're all going to be young families. Maybe they only have one child. Maybe they'll have 5. I just don't see if you have 5 children, they'll want to live in that townhome. But that's just me. I don't know. So, 55 and older, if you have older people, they'll all go to State Street, I think. But still, some will wind around, I'm sure. And that's why I think a roundabout would be good, because that will just detract from them wanting to go there. I love the open space. I love the wall from the commercial. Those lots that are right there that are on the west side are probably not going to be as wanted as the other ones because they'll be close to neighbors. But I love the wall, so that they'll be kind of like their own little street, which is kind of nice. But I do think it divides the traffic, and I do feel like traffic is a big issue that you have to divide and let people out, let people in. So I think that having all the exits open is important. And for safety, to have all those people through one street would be really difficult. So I totally understand where Amy is coming from. She, has had a cul-de-sac. And that whole street, I understand how they feel. We used to live in a cul-de-sac in our own street. And I still do think a lot of the traffic will end up going, through State Street and maybe turning up to schools on 602. So I do think it won't be as impacted as 570 and 500. It won't. I know that. But right now, our street is the busiest out of all of them right now. So we already do have a lot of traffic through our street. But anyway, I love that Amy's still here and still trying. And I know that you guys have all been really respectful. And so I appreciate that and appreciate Amy. And those are just my thoughts. Sorry.
Thank you. What's a filibuster? Is that where somebody just, talks forever and tires everybody out and they, okay. I'm not accusing you of that, I'm just saying.
I can do that.
No. Not suggesting that.
Can I make one, I don't live in the area.
Well, it's public, so yeah, state your name and address.
I'm Michael Cooley, I actually live in Orem, but we just went through something of the same nature a few years ago with about 50 homes being built in our area. And the street that I lived on was 10 homes, it was a dead-end street, and it was going to be pushed through and punched through to connect to the lower neighborhood that went down the hill. And everybody on our street was up in arms about the traffic. It's gonna be crazy, it's gonna be nuts. And I kept saying, no, it's not. It makes no sense for people to come this way. And you know how many, we see about a car every, 20 minutes still on our street. It made no difference at all, because people will travel the direction that makes sense. And I don't really see, except for school, I really don't see a lot of people going in that direction. Most of them will go back out of the state, because that's, if they're going to work, unless they work to the east of this, most of them will go the other way. So I really don't see a lot of effect to 570. But that's just my opinion again.
So I'm trying to qualify. You live in Orem and you're here in Lindon City?
I'm here for the next thing on the.
Oh, okay, good. So it was unsolicited.
It was a personal experience because everybody on our street was throwing up, they were all scared to death. It was just gonna be a major affair, and it made no difference whatsoever.
Oh, thank you.
Traffic, it really did.
Do you need an exact address? Just Orem, is that good enough? Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know. Come on up.
We don't want to hear from you.
I think we spent about an hour in the parking lot last time, didn't we?
We did. So
Which is good.
Justin Stewart, 288 West, 570 North, Lindon, Utah. I've spoken quite a few times. And all of my emails, unfortunately, still are true. I wish we had our cul-de-sac. We don't. And I was hopeful that when this came out, Amy sent it to me, and I was hoping the density was actually going to come down. But from 71, 9.2 from 10 just doesn't seem like a significant change to me. And back to Councilmember Lundberg, she talked about originally they did come with a plan of like 100 homes, but that was nowhere even close to fitting the ordinance. So they have come down from there, but as far as what the ordinance actually would allow, which is 10, coming down to 9.2, at least to me, didn't seem like a significant change, especially where you're going to hook onto neighborhood roads. And I think as I looked through Lindon with Mike, I was trying to figure out, is there anywhere else that you guys have done, or the city has done, high density kind of on the east side of State Street? And you have kind of, there's the one just barely east of me that's 4 per acre, not extremely dense, significantly more than this. I think over in the benches, though, was the only one that really hooked into a neighborhood road. Not a collector road, but an actual neighborhood road, whereas this one will hook into 2 neighborhood roads, not collector roads. So not only, they were talking about this is kind of the first time this ordinance will be done, not only will this be the first time this ordinance will be done, but we will be, unfortunately, the casualties of, we will be, and maybe this other bench one was as well, but we will be almost the only ones west of State Street that there will be a high density development or medium density, whatever you want to call that.
So east of State Street.
East, I keep mixing up my east and
It's
west,
all right.
sorry. I'm looking one direction and talking the other. East of State Street, that will hook into a neighborhood road and come by our house, which is a significant change for all those that live next to that development. Like I said, and we've already said this a bunch, we moved in, there was I wish it was a stub street. I would have looked. My wife pointed that out. She's like, most stub streets are a stub street. They just kind of end and they have, some reflectors at the end. Unfortunately, ours had a roundabout, and so I always assumed it was a cul-de-sac. It was not. I understand it's a through street. I believe Amy did talk about if this were to go through, we would ask that with the current density that it does not go through, but if it did, if there was talk of a pork chop, one of my biggest concerns, and I said this kind of at the beginning, is just because of the layout of this piece of property, all of the residential is closer to our street than almost anywhere else. And so anybody that is, again, headed east and north will naturally go up our street. That's what I would do. I think most people would. And most of the people, at least on, half the residential over, if you're headed east and then south, like to the grade school, I think you'll come up our street. And so that was one of my biggest concerns, is the residential is kind of pushed towards the back of the property, which is by design, but that is my entrance. And so if there was a pork chop, I think a pork chop would actually, and that was one of the things that was brought up at the very beginning. We've got to open up 570 because we have to share traffic. I think a pork chop actually shares the traffic. One of my biggest concerns was from the beginning, if you open 570, it actually doesn't share traffic, it sends traffic up 570, whereas I believe a pork chop could. But like I said, for me, my biggest regret is I wish that I would have gotten more involved prior to the ordinance passing, because I think what would have been a good trade-off, at least from my perspective, is 10 per acre if you're going to hook into collector roads or State Street, but if you're going to go to neighborhood roads, it would naturally tier down to a lower density, which is what I believe should happen. If you are going to have a greater impact on the neighbors, the density should come down. And again, looking at 10 to 9.2 doesn't seem like a significant shift down to me. And granted, Orem is doing significantly more. I moved from Orem to Lindon because of that. People live in Lindon because they want to live in Lindon, not because they want to live in Orem. Salt Lake is even more dense, New York even more dense. So I like to compare Lindon to Lindon. And for the most part, everybody east of State Street is half acre. And so this is a significant shift from that. And I think there's too great of a burden borne by those that surround the development. So I would ask for the density to come down.
Thank you. Anyone else? And by the way, she did a good job on the pork chop.
I was listening.
She was worried.
I knew that Mike knew, so we were good.
Anyone else?
Can I just ask 2 questions?
Sure,
Sorry,
you can ask
my
3 or
little
4.
Girl Scout project here
Yeah.
that's tomorrow. Shawnee Keith, 355 West, 600 North. Exactly what is a pork chop? Because I kind of refer to it, is it a roundabout? So that's my question. And the density, that is kind of silly that it only came down as much as it did. That's it. So if we can answer the pork chop.
Do you want to try to define a pork chop for her?
Yeah, I mean, so the pork chop would direct traffic to a certain road, so the flow, if you come in 570, it would kind of force you up to the top road, or if you're coming down Elwood Place, it
Kind of guides you.
It
No, it
guides you.
doesn't give you the option.
If you think about on State Street.
We make the
going
choice
into-
for you.
Into Walmart, between, over by Siegel Book and that area, there's that
Oh,
pork
okay.
chop. That'll give you a little visual of what
Okay.
those are.
So you could only turn right would be the idea.
It directs traffic depending on its configuration.
So,
Thank you.
any other comments? Oh, you're so good. Thank you. It's probably time to,
Motion to close the public hearing.
thank you, Van. There's a second by Randy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Everyone was unanimous on that. So here's the option. Well, I'll put it in your hands, council, what you want to do. If you want to,
Mayor, I move to approve ordinance number 2021-3-0 regarding the proposed zone change amendment as presented.
I just want to make sure it does what you think it does, because I know we had confusion.
We're okay with this one, right?
Okay.
just a couple things. Do you want with your motion, the developer had volunteered to add something to the CCNR's percentage of rental to ensure that this is a, owner occupied.
Does that have to be part of the motion, or can you take care of that at?
It would need to be part of this motion, or it
Okay.
would be binding on.
I will add that recommendation.
Is that a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Are you wanting to make that motion before we have a little bit more discussion, or?
Oh, I
Mayor.
thought
We can open it
yeah,
for
we can open it.
discussion.
I thought we were finished with the discussion is all.
Well, just the public.
Not necessarily, we closed the public hearing.
Okay.
We can bring it back up here, so.
Sure.
Okay, let's put that on hold. More discussion.
I think I'm pretty clear.
Randy, you're okay? Van?
Everyone knows where
I'm
I'm at.
okay.
Okay, so I guess
Carolyn?
it's just me. All right.
I assume,
Well, thank you.
but that's good. I mean, that's, yeah, it's appropriate.
Looking at, I've been trying to research, I've lived in Lindon a long time as well. We do have another development that has 10 units per acre with Anderson Farms. That community does not have any access to a collector whatsoever, like State Street, a state road. And they all are, in the back, and it's far greater density. What is the total? I think it's 116 townhomes there, and they all have to come through the Fieldstone Homes community
Right now they do.
right now. And I kind of parked outside of a community in Pleasant Grove where I could sort of watch, where are people going through their day, because it has like a really obvious place that you can see that. And speaking to a couple, people that came up talking about natural traffic flow. If you're going to the doctor, if you're going to work, if you're going to the grocery store, people are going to go to State Street. And I'm not a traffic engineer, but just that observation time was the majority of folks, most of their trips are going to be out to State Street, either that center point there that's the direct shot through the commercial, or down to the south to that next access point. So I don't feel, obviously the traffic is going to go up. That's a given. There's no argument there for those neighbors, but I think what they're perceiving perhaps being a tremendous amount of traffic, I'm not sure it will be a tremendous amount. We've had a couple people speak to that, and my observation there and speaking with people who've lived in communities like this. I think the demographic is, to Kathy Rockhill's point, the demographic is going to be spread across the board. Some people who don't drive a lot, some people who might. The other thing that came to my mind was, in this ordinance, it's important to note no accessory apartments will be legal. So think about our own neighborhoods. I think about my neighborhood. Almost everybody has big homes, lots of extra family members living in them potentially, and a lot of legal accessory apartments. So basically, they're a 2-unit home. And so you think about a regular neighborhood, this won't have that ability to have additional households within each of them. So I think we need to think about that in some of the data in considering impact. Also, as speaking to the number that was presented initially, we labored for many months over what ordinance could we feel good about. And yes, the developers from both plats that we were considering came with much higher numbers. So we felt like when this council had a unanimous vote that 10 would be the cap that we could live with, and there's another property that has been approved for that. In addition to the Anderson Farms, which is an existing community that seems to be doing well. Haven't heard complaints about the single family versus the townhome dwellers, meshing, having a great connected community. In any event, I need to get to the point. I think this is going to be a good development. I think it's going to be very nice. I think the goals that we're looking to achieve, it's not 100% what I want or everybody wants necessarily to the T, but I think we've come a long ways. The open space, for me, that's a valuable trade-off, because she could fit, there were other iterations on the map where she could fit 9 per acre still and meet her open space. She's above open space requirement right now. She still could fit that potentially. Maybe she'd lose 1 or 2 putting that road inside, but it's still, we've seen maps that it doesn't change that, but it just looks more squished and we lose the park. So in any event, I think we've come to a place that I feel like I can support it. And I appreciate all the hard work that's gone in, and all the neighbors that have spoken to this. I think it's going to be a nice development and bring some great people and meet that diversity of housing that we're looking for in a spot that makes sense.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn. So, Mike, do you want to restate your motion?
I do, thank you.
Could I just have one more second?
Wonderful, yes,
Thank you.
Randy,
I
please.
wasn't going to speak, but.
I was hesitant to open it up, but please.
Well, I just kind of, some things were said here that I need to kind of express my opinion that I do believe that there will be a negative impact. It might not be huge or tremendous, but as to the residents are here, you are going to be impacted. I apologize for that. I wish that I would have given this more forethought. I like what Justin had to say about on the front end. If this were going to have access into a community, then we would have lowered the density. I would have loved to have had that thought come into my mind at that time. So I apologize that I was not forethought. I had that forethought at the time this ordinance was drafted. I will carry that and say I'm sorry for that one. That's my bad. I only speak for myself. But I know that you will be impacted, and I don't know how to make that any better. But I do say that this is better than it has been in the past. I keep saying that. The thing back to Amy's point here, Amy Alvard, am I saying your name right? Alvard? Say it for me. Alvord, there we go. Okay, Alvord, that 300 foot is what you read was spot on, that not to have that access for the residents, and that would have dropped the number significantly my point of view, I should say. So I just want to acknowledge that I recognize that this is going to impact you. It might not be a freeway or a boulevard that's coming down the street, but it is going to impact it. And for me, as a city leader, I need to be mindful of those kind of decisions going forward on anything that I put a yay or nay vote to. I also think for me, for me personally, it's not an apples to apples comparison, saying what's happening on at the Anderson Farm with Ivory. That is a community that has developed. Even Fieldstone is a community of more higher density than we have here on the east side of State Street, or east side of Geneva Road, I should say. So to me, it's a newer commodity, and so I don't know how that's going to affect them. Their densities coming into each other. I'm sure it'll be a much better situation, but these are all residents knowing what they're buying into in that situation. So I'm sure it's a lovely something that's happening there, but for here, I still have to say that this is something I can't support. I like the project. I like the density. I don't like it filling into our neighborhood streets. That's the portion that has always given me heartburn. So that's what I have to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. One last go around. Any more comments? I don't want to have
I think we've
anyone.
said it all.
Okay. So Mike, if you want to follow with your motion, we'll see if.
One question, I just have one
Nope.
final question.
There we go.
We've never, as a council, we have two issues that are really the sticking point. What the traffic was going to the openings would look like, and the overall density number. We never gave a specific number. We have what the ordinance states is possible, and we have somewhat of a compromise on that. Many in the room have expressed what they feel that's not enough, but Councilmember Van Broderick.
Yeah, not
Sorry, I'm being too
Van
formal.
Cherry, Van
I got the two
Broderick.
Van names over here. And Randy, is there something that makes this work number-wise for you? Or Randy, if I heard you right, it's just about that it's opening and impacting.
My
those
two
streets.
wishes are 570 and the use of Elwood Place on the west side with the commercial, using that
Right.
as where the density is able to be accommodated. And now I understand we're giving up certain things, but it's also creating other problems for me.
Right. Do you recall the map where everything was inside and she still could achieve basically the same count and meet the
But they
ordinance.
still accessed 570.
There were some versions, though, of it inside, and I think there were still ways to make it, it would only shave off it wouldn't be a significant shave.
Well, I've always stated that the density is not my problem. I don't have the problem with,
Okay.
however dense if she gets 10 units per acre, that's what we put in there. It's the 10 units being accessed to 570 that I have the problem with.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Well, and I appreciate that too, but I feel just as strongly that it makes infinite sense to have that road connect to the commercial development. It doesn't, I mean, in the reading of the ordinance that someone just read, it says that the planning commission or the council has the option of changing that. It's not a hard and fast rule. Doesn't say
It had
that.
certain points though on that, Mike.
I'm sorry?
It had certain reasons why, and that was prescribed by us in the ordinance, if I recall right.
I understand, but it doesn't mandate that it has to be on that side. I guess we're quibbling over little things now, but I guess, I feel just as strongly about it being okay on the west side as you do it being on the east side.
And I hope that this, this is close to where I live. I would imagine, like I said last time, I hope that the neighbors here, the people that are going to live here, maybe your kids may have play dates and friends that live there. These are going to be people, part of your neighborhood and your community. This might be where an aging parent goes and lives. This might be where your young married kids live, and you're going to want to be able to access and visit them and not have to do a dangerous navigation on and off State Street. This will be where this will be your neighborhood, your family, your community. So, that opening of this, I think, will bring a lot of good things as well.
As we discuss this process, and it's long and arduous, and we all have our opinions, I think with everybody's input, it gets better and better each step of the way, and I think that has occurred because of the input from everybody and the efforts of the developer to accommodate that. I like so much of what we were there, and if you were asking for a number to throw out, if you got maybe down to 8 on the density, I would probably be there, but we're not there. So, but I do value what everybody has said, absolutely.
Okay, so you've heard from every council member now, and I think they've been clear, and I appreciate them voicing and trying to address the issues and discuss it in a way that there's understanding and possibly a way forward. So, having said that, Mike, if you want to move on a motion, you're welcome to do that.
You promise this time?
Well, I think we're good.
I'm teasing. Yes, I move to approve ordinance number 2021-3-0 regarding the proposed zone change amendment with the following changes. I would recommend that in the ordinance, excuse me just a moment. I would recommend that in the ordinance that we include the density of 9.2 units per acre, and that we also provide a provision for voluntary rental percentage to be approved by the Planning Commission.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Just a moment. Mike, just clarification point. Voluntary rentals percentage, I think we were discussing having a contingent to the plat approval, that it would be
Yeah, it could be contingent.
a percentage
So-
that is determined by,
That's approved by the planning commission.
By the Planning Commission, yeah.
all right,
Okay.
just want to make sure that language was,
No, good
State
point.
code specifically provides that homeowners associations can limit both the term of the rental and the percentage of units, and provide some specific things. So maybe if
All
you
right.
wanted to say that they agree to adopt rental restrictions consistent with state code and approved by the planning commission, that would be sufficient.
That's what you said, isn't it, Mike?
Yes, exactly what I said. Certainly what I meant.
Good with that, Brian? Yeah. Okay. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Now, I'm going to call for the vote, but I want to say something. I guess I can do that, can I? Okay.
Sure.
Amy, you've made a valiant effort. based upon me counting votes, there's still more effort to happen if you want to see this go forward. Now, that's a choice. You need to give me a head nod that you have more in you to do that. If not, I don't want to prolong the anxiety here for everyone. So I'll call for, am I clear? Okay. I thought it was clear last time, and I think you did make an effort, but maybe it sounds like it wasn't enough. So I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All that oppose?
Nay.
So it's 2-2. So I look to you one more time. This is I mean, I said last time, but progress has been made. I do love the housing element that you've put in there that's adjacent to 570. I think that is an admirable approach to it. It's whether or not you feel like density can still be addressed.
I guess our alternative is that if this can't work, then I'll have to go forward with my commercial option, which I have a backup option. I really don't feel like the residents, especially the residents that are around this community, would be happy with that commercial option. I felt like with this, I have, number one, we're matching exactly the density that that we have created with other projects. That you guys have already approved, without, that you have approved on that. So I felt like the density really wasn't the issue. And if it fell, I guess that is my option, is to go this commercial route.
So let me, point of clarification, if it's determined that this plan cannot go forward, is there a time period that they have to wait to resubmit? It's 6 months, isn't it?
6 months.
Okay. I just want to make sure everything's clear, so everybody understands that. I vote no.
Oh, we haven't voted yet.
No.
Yes,
We have voted. It's a 2-2.
It's been a long time.
So the motion is or doesn't carry, so.
Okay, I guess we'll be putting a bowling alley there instead of housing.
Oh. Anyway, you do what you feel is appropriate, and I'm sure it'll work, so. Okay. Next item is, 10-minute break.
It's not a fun one at all. Exactly. This is the whole reason why I was like, it's like last time, I didn't understand. You say that and I don't have to.
I know. But that means 570 is probably gonna stay closed. There's like, what are the odds that they're gonna have some street go through, like, that's good.
And who's gonna be driving now?
All state, don't just go to
Hopeful
500,
that
don't
it was
go
very
to
clear that, in order to get Van's vote, it's gonna have to really be measurable.
Yes, it would have been slammed down. Like when I emailed them, I was like, if you would take this one off, this one off, this one off, it would be 8, and it would shrink it all.
Like, I can't go to 6, and it's like, there's a lot of numbers between 6 and 10. Like, I'm not even that good at math, and I know that. I can take my 6-year-old in here and help her count to 10, I thought she was gonna come down to 8 and this would pass.
Me too.
That's what I thought.
Because
I'm like, she's gonna come down to 8 because she had, like, she's heard it 10 times in a row. She has to come down to 8 and it's gonna pass right through.
Sorry.
Congratulations on the flight.
Or condolences, I'm not sure which.
And we didn't know you're running for. Yeah, awesome.
It was
It's good. It's great to get them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Not see the mayor's name on there. Mayor.
And the order that somebody took
Two-story
still 7
pro golf.
Yeah, she can fit it and still meet the open space. She can. It just creates. She did a little. Yeah. And that's.
Big old single acre. So long as she keeps her density and has a bunch of bigger ones, that's her best case scenario. Put in a bowling alley that sucks for us, but anyways.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, hold on, hour and 14 minutes. I'll tell them that. I'll be gone. I have a family reunion. I got to attend for certain things. But, she said, my luggage family, or, but if she had had the rest of the smaller ones, she couldn't have pushed them out. So it would have. I know, but you know, I might. I've never.
I think just the thing about the one in around the most is that, I mean, here's the three reasons I think we consider.
And they're the harder ones, not hard. They're busy. So that, she have to volunteer. And it was I'll check better than for now that.
There's some sweet spot in there.
Because, and I think when you ran hit it, and then she said, yeah, to the curve. Where that broke. A lot of people, what I like the night there.
Settle out.
Well, I know, like, with my family, I mean, I remember really, like.
I'll split the chair with you.
No more.
Let me take my turn.
Especially with it going, so now we take this 300 line. Increase parking.
Okay, we're gonna get started in a couple minutes. It's kind of the 2-minute warning. Yeah, sounds good. We'll make it happen. Boy, I love to see that white hair in the audience. That's good. Well, let's go ahead. We're a concept review, and so Mike, you want to take us through this, and please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and council members. So we're excited to have DB Urban tonight with us to have a discussion on a concept plan for 700 North that we passed our.
You're really up for this, huh? Okay, that's good.
We passed our 700 North master plan in April, and you know, this is one of the first concepts we've seen for the area. So I want to introduce Dustin Holt and Bryce Baker with DB Urban, and then Ray Whitchurch. You know, Ray, they hired IBI after we were finished with our master plans, so to put a concept plan together for them. So I think they're hoping to, as you know, the concept plans are just for discussion purposes, and I think that's their purpose tonight, is to present their findings and what they'd like to propose and have a discussion about that. So as you can see from their plan and that was included in your staff report, they've tried to, you know, locate the more dense part of their development, whether that be office or commercial or residential, towards the BRT, future BRT station, towards that TOD core area we had on our master plan, and kind of less dense moving out from there with out parcel retail or standalone buildings. So with that, I will let them make their presentation, and I'll chime in whenever needed. So.
Okay,
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I have appreciated sitting here. I've sat through many city council meetings in the last 20 years, and I appreciate every single one of them because I know you're doing the very best for the people who have put you in your position. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your opportunity. My name is Bryce Baker. I'm a principal of DB Urban. And I get the joy of working with IBI again. Multiple times we've worked together on projects, and so I was actually invited as a stakeholder during the original concept planning for this. And so part of that is I did a development in Sandy on roughly 75 acres at the UTA track station when Sandy was going through their Cairns visioning. That's a good one, isn't it? It's turning out okay.
Yeah.
And they were struggling with some of the very similar things you are as a city. I tell everybody, I'm a hick kid. I was born in Burley, Idaho, so I come from ranching stock. And my favorite quote came from my grandfather, and he called me the city builder, and that was not a term of endearment when he found out what career I went into. So after learning what being a city builder was all about, what I learned was density doesn't scare me. Density done wrong scares me immensely. And I think that's what I heard tonight, was there's opportunities within Lindon City to create an opportunity for continued growth, continued economic development, vibrancy within the city, but that isn't universally applied. I change density to activity or intensity of use, and I do that because I grew up on horse property, and horse property was exactly the intensity of use that a boy needed to try to calm down. And as I grew, I got into middle school, elementary, high school, in greater and greater cities, moved around with my family. But that intensity of use is what we look for in development, in placemaking. Nobody at Lindon Days would worry about thousands of people showing up. That's the appropriate time for the appropriate activity for that intensity of use. And sometimes you need a place for that. And so when we worked with Sandy City at the time, they were struggling with population growth. They were struggling with the opposite problem that you guys have. Theirs wasn't growing fast enough. They were a fully built out, essentially, city that was aging out, and their population growth was slowing, and so they lost an allocation from the state for their general funds, and their taxing dollars were decreasing. As they had grown up with families and large population, those families had grown and gone, and they were left with large homes in large areas that were too expensive for the kids to buy. And so the mayor and the council went on a journey to try to figure out where density could increase, or this intensity of use could increase without negatively impacting the city. And they identified an area that was roughly 1,000 acres from I-15 to the tracks line, from 114 south to 90th south. And they said, that is the engine that could. We want intensity and economic development in that area. We don't want rezones the rest of the city over. And they set through that vision. That was in 2010. I was invited in that time to be a stakeholder with Ray and the IBI group as they looked at that opportunity while we were in a public-private partnership with UTA. So as we looked at our intensity of use and what we wanted to do around a track station, we started looking at what was an appropriate placemaking and what would be the evolution of that design over time. It was a robust master plan that we put in place over UTA's property and later the adjacent property owner, which I worked for at Security National. So 75 acres total. What we ended up doing was a site plan that included over 2,000 residential units, 600,000 square feet of commercial, and 70,000 square feet of retail. And that seems massive. What you see there today is an evolution that's taken 11 years, but really started in 2005. And Mike, can we go to the next slide? It's going to be 2 down. So that's your adopted plan. This is a graphic I that IBI put together based on the approvals at that particular track station. And you can see in 2005, the tracks was identified for the 2002 Olympics and included a 1,200 car parking lot. After the Olympics, they never maxed out the 1,200 cars again, and it ended up being a sea of asphalt. In 2010, when we got involved, the yellow that you can see is the footprint of the building that existed at that time. In 2013, we got our master plan fully approved on both the 32-acre site and the 40-acre site. And so that was the master plan for the track station. 2015, the first phase went in, 286 units of residential. 2017 went in, another 300 units of residential went in addition to a 125,000 square foot office building with a parking garage and a roughly 70,000 square foot DCFS building?
Yes.
DCFS in that building. 2021 is where it exists today. So we have phase 3 of the apartments around the track station, including the mixed use phase coming on board. And it's still proposed for the office towers along State Street. What we wanted to show from this is you approve something and then it takes a long time to get there. There is a natural progression within any master plan, regardless of the density and regardless of the use, to absorb the type of land area that is contemplated there. That was roughly 75 acres. What we're looking at here is 36 acres. But the core elements still remain the same. It's the engine that could. It's the idea that where population grows should be planned. It should be something that's appropriate for both the city and the residents who live there and become a place overall. One of the things that I've appreciated working with IBI is the opportunity to tap into their rich knowledge of placemaking. Places like the Candlestick Park renovation. We went to Vancouver and looked at many of the work that they did in Vancouver, Canada, which is a place that has everything. Has everything from large estate lots to the highest high-rise that you can imagine. And so for us, it was going back to that element that activity of use or the intensity of use is appropriate in different areas. You don't see a 60-story high-rise tower in the middle of a neighborhood. You see a neighborhood. And so we wanted to do the same thing and bring the same approach and thought to Lindon and to this North Village area as we looked at both what was adopted as well as what we envisioned. And the reason we came as a concept plan to you first is because we really view this more as a work session. I have not had the opportunity or the joy to work in Lindon. My wife was born in Pleasant Grove, so that's my closest tie to Lindon City. But we know you are passionate about your community and making sure that it becomes a place that we're proud of. DB Urban Communities, the end of our name is ties, and we firmly believe that doing the right thing always means that we bring ties to our community, to our development, to the residents who live and work and live and enjoy our communities. And so we wanted to make sure that we came here first and got a gut check of whether or not we're on the right path or whether we're barking up the wrong tree. So if we can go to the next slide. Part of what we look at, and these are, because we have such a large site with 36 acres, we learned a long time ago, you listen to the land. The land tells you what it wants to be. And the land means everything. It means what's the geometry of the property, what's it adjacent to, what's the externalities that it connects to or you want to connect to. And it usually starts with creating good block plans. And block plans allow for pedestrian, non-vehicular, and vehicular circulation throughout the community. And so that starts with open space with us. And so how do we create these places? How do we create these opportunities for people to gather, people to enjoy the places that they live? And there's great examples all over of this type of development. And so we start with our streets and open. And so you'll see in our plan linear blocks. That's the grid. What goes inside that grid is parks, pocket parks, linear trails, and then trying to create a sense of place around those areas.
In terms of overall scale, we're trying to address the plan that was presented and the plan as it's adopted in a scale that's appropriate in the intensities of use. So as we look at retail, single story, two-story, ground floor retail, integrated use, those are all retail components that we are responding to that we think are appropriate, but we'd love to hear some of the feedback. Some of these primary corners look like they have opportunity for drive-through. Some is onto an open space or green space, and that probably wouldn't have a drive-through. That's really more outdoor seating and dining and entertainment. So again, retail is a component. Office, our scale, we look, there's a tremendous amount of office in the area, and one of the things that we worry about is that if the site was entirely commercial in its use, you would have to wait for all of the other available property that is currently zoned commercial to fill in. There's better visibility, there's better access. There are already larger infrastructure that's already in place to the west of this site. And so as we looked at what is an appropriate way of addressing office, we don't think it's going to be the big 6-7 story 200,000 square foot office. We think it's more professional office and service office. Office that's geared and generated towards those who live within the community and live within the community and serve the community. Next one, residential. DB Urban does a lot of residential. It's my background is in residential and rental products specifically.
Is that far right, top right, the product in Sugar House?
The far top
right.
That is in downtown Salt Lake right now.
I think I drove by that. Yeah.
So that's on 10th South and 4th West on the 9th South off-ramp. That one was Cummins diesel site, so we remediated an old brownfield site, and we saw a lot of shipping containers and trucks on the aerials when we got involved with it, and so to pay a little bit of a nod to that, that one has a clubhouse built entirely out of shipping containers, so the residents enjoy a common area that's entirely out of shipping containers, repurposed for that use. Again, density doesn't scare us. Townhome rental in 2- and 3-story. You talk about developing and living in the area. I developed a townhome community literally in my backyard of my neighborhood in Draper, and so we did the entitlement, we built it. I have neighbors who rent, and I have other neighbors who we've had long conversations about why I would build a rental community in my backyard, and there's a reason for it. It's a product type I love. Our renters tend to be higher than the area median income, and so that's the other. Sandy was a great example of that. We went meeting after meeting with people, and they didn't like rental, and they said, we don't want those people living there. And I with a smile, said, I'm glad my people will tolerate your people, because at the end of the day, the average household income of my renters was between $70,000 and $80,000, and the households around it at the time were about $56,000. So we're actually bringing in higher paying jobs in the rental. For a very long time, housing for rental has been rent by necessity. It's because you can't do anything else that you rent. I saw that when I first moved here from out of state in 2008, and that mindset has been here for a long time. That's not my experience. I know there's always housing needs, and there's a diversity of housing needs. Most of the communities that we've been involved in since 2008 in Utah are rent by lifestyle. And so it's people who have incomes that could qualify to purchase and choose to rent. We just finished a project downtown Salt Lake. Average household income in that community is $144,000. And so they could afford to buy a house if they wanted to, and they choose a lifestyle that's rental for various reasons. So rental would be one, or multifamily would be a use that we're looking at within the north, this village area. Go ahead, Mike. So as we look at breaking it out, linear blocks connecting to the street that's part of the overall master plan, and then an integrated use throughout, primarily responding to the high volume of traffic on 700 North and the proposed BRT station. We feel that would be appropriate intensity of use for your mixed use, retail, and office. with most of the residential being tucked behind that, shielded a little bit from the high speed and high volumes of the 700 North corridor. I think, Ray, do I have anything else? Did I miss something?
No, it's just that you can see that we're really trying hard to be consistent with the plan that was just adopted by putting the residential toward the rear and then putting the retail toward the front. We have more specifics on the use, but it all really focuses on what was in the plan around the TOD area and what's going to happen with the bus rapid transit, BRT, and how we're going to integrate ridership into the UTA plan, and that essentially takes away car trips. People still need cars, so we acknowledge that, but we also want to encourage them to use the BRT. And as Bryce was just pointing out to you, this is kind of rental by choice area. And you know, it was kind of interesting. My daughter turned the age of a whopping 24, and she said, "I wish I never had to drive," but she'd rather just take the bus everywhere or take. And she's an HR person for a tech company. I never could figure that out, but that's what she likes, and that's what the generation behind me is wanting. So we need to acknowledge that and build that into our plans. So about 70% of the site is in this case is retail. If you look at that little lighter orange piece in the center, that's the mixed-use center on this project. The only other thing I would like to point out is that if you go up into the upper right corner of that plan that's outside of the city district, go up outside, there's a transfer station right there that you need to be aware of. And so what we've done is we've tried to buffer that from distance with parking and moving the buildings away from that transfer station as far as possible. So we're not just taking into account the site itself, we're starting to build into this plan the things that are going on around it, so that we can, you know, get as much of a assurance that as we can that the property will be active in the market and be popular and create that place that we're trying to do. We understand and acknowledge also there's another half on the other side of the street of this plan that will need to be developed in the future. Now, as I remember, as we went through this process, the idea was that we kept a lot of vagary in the plan on part of it so that we could leverage more retail into it. And we're acknowledging that and trying to build that into this plan in order to just say, we heard you, we understand what you were trying to do. I'm looking at Carolyn the most because that came up often. And so this is kind of the product of what we had in our heads. But what we're hoping from this is that this becomes a discussion and we can get more input from you. We would like to feel more like partners rather than trying to push something through that you don't want. So we're here to answer questions, to hear your ideas. It may be, in the best case scenario, I just shut up and listen.
I had brought my notes, so I'm ready to text. Can we flip to the next, so you can see some of the use? Go. There we go. So we'll do this one, then jump to the next one real quick. So now you can start seeing the footprints of the proposed buildings. We've gone from the bubble blocks of massive colors and blocks and how that's going to go to really how some of these lay out. So you can see in that northeast corner, the top right, that we're moving buildings and people a little bit further away from that transfer station, having a bit of a buffer, having green space that pulls through this long site to try to get to the linear park on Anderson Boulevard, which also corresponds with where the proposed town center or town square location would be across the street to the south. Mix of townhome product, stacked flats, retail, drive-through, mixed use, office, structured parking. This is about as robust of an integrated plan that I've been part of. So
it's a real mixed-use development. If you get around, you see this is what you have in mixed use. In fact,
it's the combination.
If you go to the old city, which is where I live, this isn't that unusual.
Yeah. Go to the next one. This is where open space, this linear pull through promenade in a combination of both softscape and hardscape helps us parallel the 700 North corridor. So when we talk about vehicular and non-vehicular, it's really how do people walk through and take advantage of ultimately what is being built around them without having to get into their car. And when we talk about trip generation and from the traffic modeling, and I'm not a traffic engineer either, so I leave that to the professionals, but when we look at internal capture, shared parking ratios, some of the benefit of the mixed-use environment, it's not that people don't have cars, and we're not getting people out of their cars. What we're doing is we're making it convenient and available to not have to even get into the car to begin with. So you drive to work, you commute to work, however you get to and from places of employment, the beautiful mountains, all of the amenities that we have adjacent to us here. But once you're home, and you're able to walk to dining, you're able to walk to your dentist appointment, you're able to walk to a doctor. That's where we talk about reducing overall trips. It isn't that we took cars off the road, we just took cars temporarily off the road because they weren't necessary. And that's what we have seen as the benefit of a mixed-use environment.
And that translates into fewer car trips.
Yeah, that's the transportation engineer speak. That's why I don't get involved.
And I'm not a transportation engineer either.
Finally, what we have in your packet, and again, this is meant to be a discussion, would be some of the things that we've thought about that would go into a development agreement to give some assurances to the city that ultimately you're getting what you want to get. And so we propose 7 items here that we have seen typical to these types of development, but certainly are open. This isn't the proposal or the be-all, end-all to us. We know we don't have the corner on good ideas when it comes to this type of development. And so these would be things to respond to and either enhance or eliminate if they're not necessary, or alter in a way that makes it feel like a community development within the city of Lindon. And with that, I will stop speaking and we will open it up to your comment, and happy to respond to anything.
Ideas, suggestions,
Thank you.
epiphanies, we're open to it all.
Who wants to start?
Well, anyone? Yes, I think this is really fascinating, and thank you. You're very well spoken in what you're presenting here and discussing where you want to have the intense activity of use. For me, it would be a great. I think it would be a great thing to have a partner who looks at this whole acreage holistically, and we can, have that negotiation or that partnership where we discuss, hey, these are the things that we would really like to see here versus one-off development, and we're not quite sure how it's all really going to fit together and blend and be cohesive and balanced. So having a partner who's willing to take the whole piece for me is a positive. And certainly with IBI, having closely worked with us and kind of hopefully understanding some of our goals and aims is a great thing too. I like a lot of the things I'm seeing here. Obviously, this is very preliminary, conceptual. We're not talking specific numbers yet and getting in the weeds there. I think for me, the mixed use concept, having an element of housing is smart and necessary. How much that is, where it is, I think where you're looking to do, how much it is, I'm not sure where my comfort zone is yet, so that's gonna have to be another discussion. I like that you've put it in the back, because I think for me, I'd like to see this corridor have the feel, this is our gateway to Lindon, downtown Lindon. We have these commercial players, we have these restaurants, we have the retailers that meet the daily needs of the community here as well as throughout. So interesting to me that you mentioned your target market for, say, the office would not be your global recognized companies that bring in a big influx of workers. We've got a lot of those already immediately adjacent. You're saying your target would be more doctors and maybe a gym and, localized providers.
Correct.
Very interesting. Yeah, so I think that's a target that would fit well here. We've got a lot of globally recognized companies with huge, millions of square feet. I think those people would love to have come to a place for lunch. I think I know that people view restaurant as a highly risky player to have as a tenant or bring in. And I would say to you, Mike and I did, how old was that, Mike, when we did the whole research? It's probably well over a year old, but there's incredible, and it's grown since then, the amount of millions of square feet that is dedicated to office, bringing in workers daily into the concentric 3-mile area here is massive. And the little bit of restaurant that you see doesn't even touch what we feel is an appetite. We feel like office may feel a little saturated. We don't know where that's going with COVID, right? You know, there's going to be probably some hybrid kind of a thing going on, but those people need to spend their money somewhere, and I think we would like to see that come here and not see that migrate out. So we'd love to see not just fast food, and I think you read in the ordinance, we don't want like standard fast food building look and feel. We want to have something that feels a little bit nicer than that, but also sit-down restaurant. People in the community have been calling that out for a long time. If you look at the demographics, which I'm sure you're doing your homework, on the median income, the median home value here, we feel like there's a lot of discretionary income that could attract some great restaurant
Do you have
players.
an example, just as part of a discussion, that you were thinking of when that comes to mind? Can you like call out a name on something?
Yeah, there's a wish list we all could give you. I think in our vision document that we created back in 2016, Mike, that was a kind of a 2-year study with a committee that called out some. I think there could be more added to that. So certainly we could discuss that, different ones that we'd love to bring as players in the county that maybe aren't here in Utah County yet, or they have one and they wouldn't cannibalize one another to have another one. Yes, and the only other thing, looking at this, I would say one thing I would love to see, that the type of people that want to live here, they're still going to want to have an element of feeling like they have a place to get out of doors, maybe even within the community. So I see that you're introducing a landscape buffer in the back. I'd love to see a path, a connected path. They could take their dogs for a walk. They could do a run in the morning or the evening. From the promenade and throughout the back area than that buffer. I've seen here in our community, we have incredible trails. They're used a ton. People love them. The only other final comment, I'm talking too much. I know you mentioned rental and you touched on that. For me, that's going to be hard if you're going to say all the housing product is going to be a rental. Get what you're saying, that there's a demographic and a need for that on some level, but for me, it's going to be critical that there's some home ownership opportunities in here. And then finally, I know IBI put together this great document for the area, and for me, certain elements of it still feel slightly too urban. And let me tell you exactly what that is. We call this Lindon Village, so I'd love for you to think about where Lindon has been and our heritage of our pioneer ancestry, Anderson Farms, and the farming, and the little bit of country motto that's been part of our heritage. And how do you translate that in the architecture, in the amenities, in the street, having places to sit and good street art and good fixtures and all that. So having some looking forward, to attract those companies that want that kind of more cutting edge look. But for me, it still needs to have that Lindon Village theme, needs to sort of be an element that's carried through. And part of that would be, for example, along 700 North itself, I know that we have right now the buildings, towards the front, but what would be a little bit, I'm not sure I'm settled with, is if those were extremely tall, sheer, flat, multi-story buildings, I would like to see massing. I'd like to see human scale massing if it was a multi-story versus a sheer corridor. And in our document right now, it kind of shows maybe massing that I'm not massing as well as I'd like. So,
I will get along really well.
okay. All right, I'll turn the time over. Thank you.
I would just make a couple of comments. Love the vision that Carolyn has had with this and the things where we're going there. You know, one of the, to me, the proposed BRT station is, it's kind of a critical part of this, and it's always just proposed and will it happen? And what do we do to make that really happen and that it's not proposed and that that is a BRT station? Is there any control or things that you guys do that help that come about? I know that's trying to control other people's actions.
I was a public-private partner with UTA with ridership. So as soon as the station is justified, they put one in. And so it's
This could
generating.
drive that data point.
So that's where, you know, we were already at a controlled station at that one. Dustin, my business partner behind me, did West Jordan, another public-private partnership. Ironically, we were not at the same firm at that time. We were competing against public-private partnerships, and we kept getting, he'd win one, I'd win one, and then we'd compare notes. Because we liked what we were doing. So to get UTA on board, part of it is which department that you're working with as a city. So within their transportation development, so TOD department, whether it's their capital facilities or it's their operations. And so each one of those departments has a say, and they wait until they see what's going on to justify it. But my experience has been as soon as ridership supports a station, they're open to having it. And then it's a matter of designing for that. And since the city has already designed for that station, it's a matter of getting that to where they need it to be.
Yeah, and I would add, Councilmember Broderick, I would add planning. So I was involved in the core Heart of Sugar House and that development. We had plans 5 years prior to UTA getting the Tiger grants for the streetcar.
Yeah.
So they knew that something was evolving. It's not quite that if you build it, they'll come, but especially with UTA, they're looking at ridership and where can they spend dollars for betterments. And if you're turning your back to that, they're not paying attention to it.
Yes, and my idea is that we embrace that we're going down that road. We design that way, we plan for it, all of those things. And that was just kind of the comment was, from my standpoint, I want to make sure that that's a component of what we do to make that happen.
And what we did in the original plan is that we coordinated that to put in all the places we could this early in the game so that can happen. So it does have UTA's attention, but they're just waiting for things to develop to see what they're going to do to implement it.
Sure, and then of course, Carolyn mentioned a little bit the COVID. I mean, who of us a year and a half ago started to think that all of a sudden, hey, there can be a huge dynamic shift on working in the office place or working at home. And I'm not sure, I guess that's where we look to you guys that are really smart to try to figure out what the next demand's going to be and how to best meet that.
You know, it's really interesting as we do the return to office strategies that you're seeing now popping up everywhere. Offices isn't going away, it's spreading out so that people have more room, and then they're having part of those people work at home and they're shifting in and hoteling desk space. But the office space is still going to be there. My latest was, I read a report, and don't let me get into the weeds too far on this, but is that people are losing productivity from working from home. And so people, some firms and companies right now are starting to mandate people come back to the office.
At least partially, for sure. Yeah, I mean, we look at segmentation analysis is the easiest way to look at it is, you know, just like retailers are gonna look at household income as well as household population. Office, we look at what's currently existing and what segment of that market doesn't currently exist or has some holes. Residential is the same way. We look at what housing needs are already being satisfied and which ones are not, and provide a solution for those which are not. And so as we get into it, as we look at it, I agree, Councilmember Lundberg, that there's a lot of, within this 3-mile radius, there's a gap in terms of retail and dining, and we see that in downtown Salt Lake, we see that in Sugar House, we see that everywhere we go. Draper, I'll tell you the same thing in my backyard. There's a laundry list of restaurants we want close to us as well. And so being able to satisfy that need and being able to satisfy UTA's ridership need
All of these are components of the greater design of how does this play out. What you didn't hear in this pitch versus any of the others that we've done is parking districts and how do you do a shared parking deck with UTA and how do you create some of the infrastructure that's needed for a UTA to come in or for greater intensity of use. So addressing the village and a little bit country, I like this. He's gonna like the fact that you like design. I like the fact that this feels right to me.
I like design too.
I love design, but he really loves design. All of those components play out to try to create a sense of place where people want to be and it feels comfortable to them. There's walking trails. I have a trail in my backyard that gets used all the time by our family and others. So much so that I've created a pump track in the back for my 10-year-old during COVID because he was going crazy. So we had to create our own sense of amenity space because the community didn't have one we could go to. So there's lots of things that go into how that plays out. But the UTA, being able to say that it's there is one thing. Being able to create ridership necessary for supporting that station is the next element. So.
Councilman Broderick, I just wanted to point out too, so UTA recently adopted their Central Corridor study, and it does show right now as BRT station there, Anderson Boulevard and 700 North, so it's at least on the plan, so. Let's get it here.
It's an interesting process for sure. From years ago, people voting, where would you like to see them go? And as they gather that input, and I know it's a process, you can't just say, yes, it's there, but that is a good step to see that.
Yeah, so this would show stations at 2000 West, Anderson Boulevard, and then 700 North and State Street. So we could possibly have, 2, maybe 3 stations in Lindon, so.
Yeah, and just to bring reality to it, it's about a $1.2 billion project.
Yeah, 32 to 38 million per mile.
The $1 million highway, I remember that.
But it's planning for the future and it makes sense. State Street is a very logical place and that's what came out in the study. And, the mayors in northern Utah County are highly supportive of that, or at least the cities are. But once again, it's planning for that ridership and zoning is a big part of that.
That's right.
So.
And just each of that you do to address the traffic, to address the pollution. You want it close or you want them remotely working, all of those types of things is good for the cause.
We're supportive of that.
Well,
Want to go next, Randy?
sure, I'm happy to weigh in. Mr. Baker?
Yes.
What is your first name?
Bryce.
Bryce. I got almost everything else, but not that one.
Most important part.
That's right. So I got Dustin, Bryce, and Ray, right? Okay,
right.
at least I got all those down. Appreciate all your presentation. I started with city government 10 years ago, and we didn't even have a CDA for this particular parcel. And so we've been working long and hard on this. It's an important issue. I ran again in 15 to make sure that we got the demographics that we needed with Anderson Farm, and that's an important thing for me. At that time, I ended up stepping down for varied reasons and lived in, while we built a new home in Lindon at that time, lived in like what you call the rent by lifestyle. Is that what you called it? Rent by designer? I don't know what you want to call it. And it was over by rent by choice, and it was lived over University Place, right by Costco. And I was in the first building of the Astons and Building A. Building B was not online, and so we watched some of that come up. And it was neighbors, LDS in the church that we went to. People actually sold their homes and moved to this particular building so they could still be part of that ward, but they had chosen to now rent. There's not an option there to buy, but they chose, several of them were in the penthouses, but they got grand pianos up in there, baby ones, and made quite a lifestyle. And then there was also students, university students as well. And so, but it was a wonderful environment to spend 10 months in as we built our new home. And it was, there are demographics that don't choose to rent or choose to own anymore for a variety of reasons. And I'm still friends with many of those people now, these several years later. And so I applaud you. I think these are things that people do want. I went from my home of 22 years in Lindon, was on over an acre, and I'm now down, I downsized to a heavy half acre. My husband is now still cussing that as he's trying to get the weeds and whatnot under control. And literally got heat exhaustion on Friday. And it was not a fun thing. So we don't do yard work anymore on hot days, do we, people? But some of us just don't want to do that anymore. So I love the concept that you have here. Like I said, been looking at these parcels for well over 10 years, and I've seen other concept reviews come in. This one to me checks so many boxes. I'm highly enthusiastic about it. I don't know maybe about the numbers, but I like your placement. I like what you're offering. I could be a real good cheerleader for you as far as what you're showing here today for me. I have to echo what Carolyn had to say as far as the articulation. That's huge for me. So Dustin, you get out your pencil and have a lot of fun. But for me, it needs to be unique. I don't want it to look like something that you just drive down any boulevard, any street, on any place else along the Wasatch Front and think it could be there. I would like this to be, this is one of the things that's most important to me, that this reflects our Lindon values. I don't know how you do that, but I know communities that have very strict standards, but I think you could place those upon yourself to say, we want this to be, whether it's a little bit of country, somehow I know that you can make that work. I know you can. You just seem like somebody who's just up for a challenge, and so I extend that challenge to you, Dustin. But again, I'm speaking to you, Bryce. You grew up with those kinds of things, and this is what makes us unique. So I think that's important to talk about is that design. Also, I noticed that you have a car dealership there. I'm assuming that you've at least come into some sort of, without disclosing, some sort of conversation with potential dealerships.
Yeah, let me tell you what we know.
And we call it an auto showroom.
Okay, there we go. That's fine.
Because of the electric nature of this,
Second in line.
They're electrifying. It's an
Yes.
electrifying type of a show.
And that's okay.
yes,
Out
I'm
on
not
the
gonna say
record.
the name on the
Yeah,
record.
I wouldn't
can't.
anticipate you to do that, but,
This was a preferred site for them.
okay.
They are very hardly right now trying to get Pleasant Grove to unwind their convention center hotel zone on the
Okay.
hard corner
Okay.
of the off-ramp.
Okay.
That would be their preferred site if the mayor and city council concedes on the vision they had there for the convention center hotel for a long time. This was the lead horse for them until that option was thrown out by a broker, and they're now adamantly searching to see whether or not the city council will actually make that change. We have doubts that will occur, and
We're
so
optimists.
we're continuing to show that because this was their preferred site prior to that, and this is still a site that they very much like.
And that would be an exciting addition. I'm sure you're aware of that this would never be allowed to be a used car. And I know that would not be in your portfolio that you would like to put forward anyway, so, yeah,
Nope, it's a showroom and a service and a charging station.
yes.
You'd be
Well-
shocked to know who it is.
I like that.
Let's see, is there anything else here?
But
well,
to your
yes.
point, and to Bryce's point before, in the event that were to go away, part of the reason we put it out on the far end is to Bryce's point about intensity stepping down from the BRT. It felt like that was an area, even if it is that, it's going to be a single-story structure, being at that far west end felt the most appropriate. It also feels the most appropriate if that goes away for some other single-story or multi-story retail
Commercial.
or office or commercial component, certainly. But it's our goal to have them there as well.
Thank
It's a
you.
perfectly dimensioned placeholder
I like the
for
placement
something
of
we
that.
don't know.
To the point of the BRT, one of the things, again, why I ran again in 15 was to make sure we were preserving what is available for density required for, prior to that, it was the TOD, talking about on the rail line off of Geneva. And I know the Ivory's anticipating to have a certain density. This would bring a higher volume, I would imagine, than what Ivory's looking to bring, or is it comparable?
I'm not sure how many units they're proposing, so.
How many is Ivory proposing?
350 for the multifamily, so,
385 is what they're.
Okay.
yeah.
How's that ratio looking towards you for, just ballpark, real shoot?
Comparable.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for. So it's a good complement to encouraging, like we talked about, for the BRT. As far as the TOD, which the difference is major between the two, is there thought still of a possibility? Anybody here with knowledge to what a TOD there would be? And do we still have the land available? Or is that something we have to talk to Ivory or Mr. Anderson, or I'm not sure how it all works here?
It's
Referring to-
still on the 2050 long-range plan from MAG, and, but it's probably 30 years out is
Right.
kind of what they're 2050, and, there's, the station would probably go on the Anderson side, but we would have to look at preserving property for that. I mean, one thing that comes to my mind is just with Ivory, that's kind of housing that could be next to transit.
Yes, exactly.
Instead of, maybe housing incorporated into transit.
Yeah,
So-
there's development of housing adjacent to transit, or
Yes.
it happens to be next to transit, and then there's transit-oriented development is development specifically designed
Right.
for the use around it.
Right.
We have a project we finished right in the middle of COVID, so we took certificate of occupancy on the 29th of March last year. It's a 95-unit project on a half acre. So when you start talking about densities, that's 187 DUs per acre. It's in downtown Salt Lake, and so when you look at transit, so it's on 4th South and 4th East, that's a 7-story structure. So think about it in scale, 7 stories, 187 dwelling units per acre. It's only 95 units. It was broken down. TOD does not need to be a large area. I think our traditional development, or the mindset in Utah, has traditionally been large blocks, large development. But really, to get the type of community and the type of engagement you want, it needs to be more porous than that. So when you think of Sugar House, or when you think of areas that have created a sense of place that are easily walkable, they are not full of overly large structures. We see that in some of the other municipalities along the Wasatch Front, where they've taken a block that may be only 5 acres, but they've incorporated a building structure on the entirety of the 5 acres. That doesn't make it walkable. Doesn't make it porous. It doesn't make it friendly. It's not a great placemaking. And where you see really good TOD done, it tends to be at a scale that isn't as large as I think some of the things that we've done. We did a 75 acre, obviously, in Sandy, but that was broken down into 30 buildings, and it's still not fully built out yet. I mean, it needs to be small, it needs to be walkable, and that's what makes a TOD really successful. So it doesn't have to be that big.
You can achieve a lot higher densities with lower buildings as long as you know what you're doing.
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, in researching and talking to developers and seeing different projects, absolutely good design is the name of the game, right? You can have a complex that feels intense because just the design is poor versus you design it right. You don't even know how many people live there necessarily. But you see a vibrancy of people out and, in with the commercial and the retail and where they're working. And
Yeah, we confuse them with the point towers that you see in some of the larger cities, and that's not, you don't necessarily need point towers in order to achieve the densities that transit wants to see.
Good.
Yeah, that's where it goes back to density done wrong scares us immensely.
And that's one of the
Because it
things that I
doesn't
love
fill,
that you said.
right.
Yep, thank you so much. My last 2 points are, as far as, just a clarification, I guess, from Mike, where the structured parking they show on the right-hand side, back behind there, I think Ray mentioned that that was a transfer station. Is that the Public Works Department for?
Ace.
Oh,
Ace
that is,
Intermountain.
that's where Ace is. Okay, so I was just not quite sure where this was geographically. Thank
And
you.
it's a very busy facility.
Yeah. And that's why it's structured.
Parking is a good about.
Yeah, I mean,
gonna need
nobody's gonna complain about that one either way, right? And then, yes, I love food, so any good restaurants you can put there, my husband and I love to go out, and if nothing else, I wanna be able Uber Eats or to, you know, DoorDash it. So, yes, bring me good food, please.
Good damn food.
Good
Sit
yummy
down
food.
and fast casual, good mix.
Good mix of everything.
All right, I'm up. Randy must have copied my notes. My first question was how many units? My second was tell me about the auto dealership without crossing any lines. So we're thinking together. A couple more questions. What's your price point on those rentals? If they were there today, I mean, is that a $1,600 a month? Is that a
You wish. Sorry.
no?
No.
Educate me.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Right now, I would tell you the Utah County market average is between $1,300 and $1,500 a month for roughly an 800 square foot unit. So that's defined as a, you know, studio one all the way up to a 3-bedroom. We have townhomes proposed there, so that changes both unit size as well as the price point. So, but that would, based on today, that would be your market average is somewhere between $1,300 and $1,500. Our communities in Salt Lake County are averaging a little bit higher than that, by probably $400 or $500 a month. And so the one on 4 South and 4th East, downtown Salt Lake, averages about $2,100 a month for those units. That's a mix of studios from 498 square feet to a 1,400 square foot 3-bed.
Really nice designed unit.
But fairly smaller average. And then we have the townhomes that you called out on 10th East. Those ones average about $2,000 a month as well, and it's about 1,200 square feet. So those are different market, different price point, but based on what we're able to see right now, that's really kind of the range of the market right now is 1,300 to 1,500. We're watching that change. So my experience in Sandy, so one of the things that was interesting about Sandy, when we started in 2010, there's really no mid-rise product. There was no structured parking in south end of the valley. There was mostly 3-story walk-up and some 4-story walk-up product. Price point at the time was about $1,200 a month, and their unit size was about 960 square feet. We came in around the transit station with about an 800 square foot product and had a monthly rent that was $100 less than the nearest community that was a 3-story walk-up, and we did structured parking in a subterranean garage. So we started pushing that market. It's now changed quite a bit to wrap, and there's wrap and other product now in the south end of Salt Lake Valley. That product continues to come down.
I love what you're saying, because that was the other point I would like to make is walk-up, multi-story residential, not a fan. And Randy as well. I know Randy lived in a product where she had an elevator
I just
and
wrote my
and
follow-up
out
question
of
was gonna be
tucked under
elevators.
parking. Yes,
That covered
elevator
range.
parking, covered parking brings, just people want that. You know, you're gonna, and I know I spoke with one developer who does the walk-up, and their average tenant is under 18 months. So what I would love to see is a community where people want to stay. And so, of course, you're going to have the transitional ones. You know, they're building a house, they came in for a job, whatever. That needs to be met as well. But target market, vested, people who want to be and stay in Lindon.
Well, and that's why I've been involved in all spectrums of rental housing, from affordable housing, which is low-income housing tax credits when I started my career in Las Vegas, to luxury. So we know that within even the rental market, there's this segmentation analysis where there's a home for everybody. But when you look at some of the average is a great one. So our communities in Salt Lake at $2,000 a month, as a good landlord, we qualify our renters. So you know, housing would be 3x that is your income to qualify to live in that community. So now you're making $6,000 a month to qualify to live there, or $72,000 a year. That's the bare minimum qualification to move into that community. So, and that's true across the spectrum, whether you're renting for $1,000 a month or $10,000 a month. As a good landlord in the markets we've been in, it's roughly a third of your income to live there. So we can design product, and that's what we've seen in this market is it has either fallen into the bucket of rent by necessity, and so it's the cheapest product you can put up, to subsidized product, which tends to look more like market, but it's coming at the cost of tax dollars to help those who would really need the assistance, to the market rate and luxury. And so all across the board, there's a need there, and we have chosen our spectrum to develop our rental product in.
That's good to know. Does that disqualify us from some of this low-income housing, Mike? Sorry. Does that disqualify us from any of this affordable housing, low-income housing credit that we're always getting hit up on
So
at those levels?
So we have our moderate income housing plan, and we have to work towards our goals. So the state hasn't mandated inclusionary, not inclusionary, but
Inclusionary zoning, yeah.
inclusionary zoning, but we just have to be working towards that. So.
Have they set AMI standards for you yet?
No, but they give us a report saying this is how many units you need to be working towards every year.
We, as a,
Having that would be great.
yeah.
Mike, aren't the AMI gonna get revised now that we had the 2020 census data eventually come in, hopefully?
Every year that AMI adjusts.
Yeah, they're able to change that every year with the
Okay.
the spreadsheet we get from the state.
Right.
And as a company, we're currently working on a project, and because I've lived in the world of LIHTC, low-income housing tax credits, and Olin Walker funds in hand, and all of the RDA subsidies and everything that you can do to throw affordable housing out, we're working on a test project right now that's a market-based solution for 80% AMI and less. So in some cities that works, but what it allows us to use is Community Reinvestment Act money, CRA money, to help subsidize our interest rate, but it's still a market-based product, and that's a full market product. It's not a deed-restricted LIHTC low-income housing product. It just hits at 80% AMI within the community. So as we look at and explore Lindon's AMI, there may be opportunities within rental that you can deliver a market-based product and still hit 60 to 80% AMI because of the quality of the community that's there. So opportunities to help with the affordable and then not put the city at risk with those state funds.
Mike, sorry to keep interrupting you. I'm so sorry. Can you go to page 58 for me? For me, a big part of this is the phases, the timing. Looks like in the example you've given us here, starting in about 2010 is when the residential started going in. And these things take time. We understand that. To 2021, 11 years later is, well, maybe 2017 is when some of the commercial started coming.
Yeah.
Would you anticipate a similar phasing and a similar timing to this? Are you wanting to phase residential prior to commercial?
Good question. On that particular exhibit in 2010, that was existing product, that was a busted condo deal as part of the economic recession, the Great Recession. So they had gone in with a for sale product, and it went to receivership and came out and was actually completed and developed by a rental community. So that's how they fixed a problem. And every time we went to Planning Commission, City Council, and we were talking about the master plans, they'd bring up that particular community until it got fixed. That was not one of our projects, but it was one that was existing. Part of what already exists in the area. So as we look at responding to the question of ownership versus rental, retail versus office, part of it's just a function of what exists. So right now, the land hasn't been entitled or hasn't been approved to do anything on, and so it gets passed up all the time. It's not on, the one site from the state of Utah. It's not part of the economic package that the city gets to talk about because there's nothing available yet. So once infrastructure goes in, then it's able to be put to use. And so whether that's retail first, we would certainly look at the uses that are available right now. There's clearly a demand for, I call it RD&E, retail dining and entertainment. right? So food and beverage, retail dining and entertainment. That's needed, and so a portion of it can go right now for that. Residential is one that has a lot of financing sources right now, and so that's a popular one. And then rooftops certainly start enhancing the ability to create vibrancy within the pocket parks, the linear trails, the promenade. And so without having a development look vacant or look too much like the Truman Show that was built and just waiting for people to show up, you want to have that track along together. And so that's why one of the points in our development agreement or the proposed development agreement items is there a proportion? Is there something that the city wants to see go along that would either throttle development or enhance development based on the restrictions that are in place?
But it is about, this site was how many acres again? 37. So it's
The one here or the one in Sandy?
this Sandy one.
So the Sandy one was 75. So if you
So
look
we're
at,
talking about half. So
yeah, and again,
could expedite
Have a-
potentially.
Without a problem.
hopefully it's half the years, but as you look at it, the proportion is roughly what we typically see. So in 2017, those two blue buildings, one is DCFS, so that one was the first of the commercial buildings to kick it off. And the other one was a large spec office building. So similar in scale to what we see at the off-ramps already in Pleasant Grove. So part of what we look at, and one of the lessons learned at that site was the scale. So it was all structured parking, which required, even the smaller footprints that you see. So in 2015, when we built Dry Creek, all of those 6 buildings have structured parking beneath them. So it's a fully subterranean parking garage with 3-story elevator served, not walkout, enclosed hallways, apartments, which didn't exist at the time.
Articulated hallways, right?
Yeah.
Articulated.
Facade.
They're
Articulated hallways
and
as well.
And the facade. It was, those were great buildings. But in 2017, what you're seeing is the structured parking coming into play, and at that scale, it kicked off a 325 unit apartment complex with a wrapped parking garage. It kicked off DCFS with its own parking structure and what we call the Bridge Town, Sandy Towers, which is where Bridge Investments are, but that's where the structure came in. That also had a requirement for UTA parking. So there was a replacement of the existing 1,200 parking stalls into a structured parking at this final 2021 phase.
And I would just add in the case of Lindon City's area, you've got to take this development within the context of everything that's going on around it. Where
Right.
You have essentially exclusive, primarily residential development, and they're going to look for the segmentation that allows them to do whatever's going to work, but there's more demand for commercial than you would think if you just look at it isolated.
Yeah, I think as a council, we would love to see the excitement and the momentum that kicks this off commercial.
Right.
So we've seen sister cities, do bring the doors first and then the commercial comes, and we're not convinced that drives in the timeline that we'd like. We like to see this is make the statement, this is a placemaker, this is a regional draw, something exciting is coming here.
A hole in the donut. I like it. That's where I'm headed. Love the cohesiveness of having one buyer. Love your comments on office. I can't remember who said that. I agree 100%. Some of the smaller office, more our residents, local residents. I thought that was spot on for a use that's going through quite the transition the last year. We've come a long way with residential. I mean, I think 4 years ago you wouldn't have had a seat at the table today. We've come a long way. For me, it's still a lot. 400,000 square feet of high-density residential in Lindon is a lot for me to swallow. Had a long talk with Mike today, and I think that a lot for me comes down to timing. And I think you would be shocked how on board I could get with someone who would bring so much excitement to the corridor. We've been talking about this corridor for 10 years, 10, 8, all of us have been on here for a long time, and this corridor, I feel like a little bit Ivory came in and said, hey, put these, approve this, and the commercial will come. Well, here we are 5 years later, we still don't have commercial. And so I am a little bit hesitant of going residential first. And I think for me, timing would be a lot of it. I would need to know to put that commercial into place before I could get on board with the residential. Because I think we've had sister cities, but also here as well, we've had developers come in, saying, hey, this is what we plan to bring in, but let's move forward with the high-density residential now. And then sometimes it happens, and I would say sometimes it doesn't. And most of the time, there's it doesn't pan out. And so, a lot of respect for both of your organizations, and because of that, I don't want us to get down the road and to have me or my comments down the road to shock you. For me, it would take a lot for me to get comfortable with that type of density here in Lindon, even though I recognize it as something that is necessary for developments of this size in this day and age. I recognize the necessity of it, but I want to, 4 or 5 years ago, this was intended to be a completely commercial corridor. There wasn't residential involved. We've come a long way from that. Still a lot more residential, and so for me, just trying to be completely transparent as we enter into these types of partnerships, for me to get on board, I really need to have those commitments on the commercial, to have those agreements in place before I'm willing to move forward on residential, especially of this magnitude, 400,000 square feet. You all had the opportunity to hear from several of our residents today, and I think that's a sentiment that exists fairly prevalently throughout the city, that density, you go to Vineyard, you go to some of these other cities where they have just really stacked them on top of each other. We don't want that. We do want classy stuff like we've talked about. We do want to see the right stuff, and I recognize that as a need for any development of this size. And so I'm not saying that I'm completely a no for residential. I'm not, and which is really, for me, coming a long way. But I'd like to see it done right. I'd like to see it maybe not quite on that magnitude, and it would have to be as a post-performance to bringing the commercial that appears to be here, which is really long-term investment for our city, where what we've intended, why we went into debt to put the infrastructure in place in the first place. Why it's a debt we continue to pay on. I believe that 700 North. Did we paid it off last year?
Yeah,
paid it off last year.
But it was.
Nonetheless, we paid interest on that. It goes to my point. We went. Councils before us, maybe mayor was part of it at that time.
I was.
Put that in anticipating commercial, anticipating sales tax revenues. And so I'd like to stay true to that. And anyway, those are my thoughts. I hope that's clear as mud, but clear where I'm at. I don't want to shock you guys down the road when this exact thing comes and you're saying, hey, let's move forward with the residential approval. I probably won't be in favor of that. I want you guys to understand roughly where I'm at. And so that as we move forward through these, we can hopefully have a great partnership. But appreciate what you've done. Very impressed with the work, as I've done some research on both your companies. I think, if you're gonna partnership, you guys are the guys. It sounds like you can make it happen. So, anyways,
Thank you.
thanks, guys.
Dan, anything more?
No, I've it's been late. Loved what's being said here, kind of to Jake's point on the density. Again, like your comments at the very beginning, I like what you say, but you're gonna have to show us that. That is not just clutter. To Jake's comment, also probably the number one thing I hear from residents, don't let us look like Vineyard. No offense to Vineyard, but don't let us look like that. That type of congestion and so density has to be done right.
I think you do have somewhat of an advantage, looking back at what we discussed earlier tonight. You already have residential established there that we're trying to bring some density into it. On that 700 North, the north side, I don't want to say you have a clean slate, but you have kind of a unique opportunity to get the proper mix, and with the suggestions of the council, let's see what kind of artwork you can come up with. I mean, we're open to that, and we're not closed, but hopefully we can give you guidance and direction as you start to create that masterpiece, that when you arrive at that point, we're with you and not saying, oh, you're a little off, or, you know, I think that's what we're trying to say. Is that fair?
Absolutely. And Bryce, I love that your organization, this isn't your first rodeo. I've sat down with a lot of developers who eye this, and people that we've branched out to trying to market or get conversations going, and you know, some of them are very single-minded, and they were going to have to aggregate other partners to do this mixed execution, and which made me nervous. Some hadn't really done something to show that they had a track record. I love that you're looking at you would execute the whole plan. We're not looking at partners who could fall through or have issues. You've done projects on this scale and larger. You've coordinated with MAG. You've coordinated with the state to bring some of these infrastructure elements that we really feel are key and strategic for this site. And so, yeah, show us what amenities this is going to have for us to feel good about the trade-off on the doors.
Appreciate that. I'm getting harassed because my comment to that is always, this isn't my first rodeo, but every bull is different. And so he loves to just harass me on that one.
And they are.
They are all different.
They are.
And to that point, now I kind of specified that I ran for different reasons each time. When I came back this time, when I ran in 2019, it was to help from my perspective, to preserve our little bit of country, whatever I can to preserve that. So again, whatever you can do to incorporate this into this, I realize it's not a country kind of an atmosphere, but anything on any detail level that you can do to embrace our community that way is important to me. Thank you.
So we're asking for a miracle. So, I mean, that's really all these elements.
It's a fun rodeo.
Yeah.
Mayor, can I?
Yes, please.
Just kind of some direction for staff and the developer. A few things that I'm hearing, you know, proportional, you know, with the commercial and the residential, you know, we want to make sure we're getting the commercial up. The other thing, as far as code updates, there would be a number of things we would need to work on. You know, for example, the Lindon Village Zone doesn't allow multifamily.
Right.
And we'd probably want to look at our design standards and work with the developer on adopting maybe the Lindon Village North zone and Lindon Village North design standards. We'd want to look at the parking. Are you comfortable with us starting those discussions on possibly a development agreement and working on, you know, at the meantime, still working on some plans with you and moving in that direction so that they could get some more solid feedback and, you know, so maybe the development agreement comes in place and then we've still got to work on all these code updates as part of that.
Got to start somewhere.
Or they're attached to the development agreement or what, you know, just.
And understanding that needed to happen, that's exactly what I thought we'd call it, the Lindon Village North, because it is a different entity. It's not attached, like it's been described by the mayor, to actual neighborings.
Yeah, we may have a north zone, we may have a south zone or something, but.
Different adaptation of our
And they
ordinance.
both get along, north and
Right.
south.
And just to kind of emphasize a point that's been mentioned, I know twice, is that on the main corridor going in, that we step it back, not that sheer wall. I just
Yes.
want you to know that, so you hear it from one other voice too.
All of us, I'm sure.
Trying to think, was it 2017 when an event was held there at that location for kind of a groundbreaking or with UTA?
With UTA.
Oh, with UTA?
It seems like
I've been to a lot of events.
I did do a tour of that back then. When did they open the DSF office?
The DCFS office opened in 18? No, it was 16.
I was going to say 16, because I think I kind of remember that. And is there a Chinese restaurant there, or not right there, but in that neighborhood? Anywhere? Anyway, just It was great food, so I'm just trying to locate it again in my
Who's
head.
got the food memory?
9 o'clock and I'm hungry.
Yeah,
So
I'm
don't
hungry.
say
Right, it's
that.
been a long meeting. Thank you. Anything else?
Hopefully that's helpful.
That was helpful.
That's great.
Mike, hopefully that helps you. Now we'll see the next
Yeah, we'll
time.
look forward to presenting some ideas that you just love. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your time. Okay, next item is discussion item on solid waste utility fee options. Wow, that's quite a shift.
Well, you guys aren't staying for the solid waste fee?
Come
I
on.
Good segue.
mean, see you guys. Thanks for coming.
Good to see you, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
Am I feeling warm or is it warm in here?
Hot.
Yeah, I just kind of going, ooh. Yeah, there you go.
Want to borrow
I love it.
the menopause?
Get the picture now, man.
That's what I need.
Yeah, we don't have much longer to go. Maybe we can,
So Mike, you have to leave early.
Features that are,
I guess, yeah.
I was kind of leaving it to you, waiting to talk
I
about
saw
that,
stuff
what do they
popped
call it, their proposed plaza.
Okay, Kristen.
Thank you for everything you're doing, all the extra work.
Champion.
Yes, besides your regular job, all the extra.
Yeah, it's like a daze.
I'm sorry.
So we wanted to get some direction on the garbage fund, the solid waste fund. And
Sorry, just a second here. See if we can, I don't know why it's not doing, that's close enough. All right, I can't get it to show on the right screen here.
so we have some increased expenses in the garbage or solid waste fund. And one of those is the citywide cleanup. So in the 2018 fiscal year, it was about $7,000 for the year. And in November 2018 is when we added the fall cleanup, which was the 2018-19 fiscal year, and our cost went up to about $13,000. Then the next year was had COVID in it. Let's see, in the spring, and the cost was $19,000. And then the 2020-2021 had the fall COVID, and then this last spring. And that cost was about $41,000. So as you can see, it's increasing. And our fund isn't set up to support that cost at this point.
Next.
Yep. So another cost that we fund out of this fund is dump passes. In 2019, these are the costs of what North Point Solid Waste charged the city for. So these are passes that were used. There was 858 passes used at $9, totaling $7,700. And then in 2020, the price went up and there was some more passes used. So that totaled $11,000. We don't know how many we've actually handed out and to customers that didn't use any of the punches, or maybe a customer just used one of the punches. So we don't keep record of what we're giving out, just what we're being billed.
But you keep track of that it's only so many per house, one per
Yes,
household.
so that's how we've been just making a note on the utility account. So
Theirs has been handed out.
that way, if somebody did come in the same year, we would say we've already given you one, but we don't count them and or keep track of
Yeah,
them.
they may or may not use it.
Correct.
Yeah, we just don't
Yeah.
know. But
Yeah, and the landfill's not tracking that either. They're just seeing, they called it a coupon when I talked to them on the phone. They're just like, coupon, all right, we're punching it. And they don't check an address, they don't check if you've used them both or one, or they're not tracking that. They're just tracking total number of punches they're giving, so.
And then also when items are taken to the landfill that are charged extra, like tires or refrigerator or mattresses, then the customer pays that. It's not charged to the city.
So you're coming to the wind up here pretty soon, right?
Still building. So this is just some information on the transfer station. Their wait times can vary depending on time of day or week of the day, day of the week. And I did not know this, but there is a camera that you can log on to and see the line. So you can log on and see if you want to go right now. And then the hours for the transfer station are Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5:30, and then on Saturdays is 7:30 to 3:30. And then they are closed on certain holidays. And right now the rates are not anticipated to increase for the upcoming year.
For the dump passes.
And also for our municipal solid waste that Republic takes there. So Republic Services, they are actually not doing an increase on the garbage containers, but they are doing an increase on recycling. Right, their cost is gonna go up. Right now they're charging us $4.85, 82 cents, and it's going up to $5.09. So that's a huge increase, and we're just billing, right now we're billing $3.82 per can, because it was
And
determined
incentivize
several
them.
years ago, that we would, not bill as much on recycling and then make it up like with the second can, a little bit on the first can. But this is a huge increase, so it's like 20% of the current rate that we're charging. That it's going up 75 cents. So also Republic Services charges us a fuel surcharge fee, depending on what the fuel rates are. Right now it's 27 cents per can, and it's going to be going up because the costs are going up for fuel.
Well, how is that compared to just guesstimate for the last several years? It just keeps going up, ticking up just a
It
little bit?
varies. So there's been a few months where there hasn't been a fuel surcharge, when we had those really good rates. But this is actually, it's based on diesel rates, which kind of is close to what we're seeing at the pumps with our unleaded, but not the same. So
That can vary greatly.
Yeah.
Diesel.
So
But it has gone up fairly, significantly, because I know at UTA it's the same issue. It's just, we're probably the state's largest user of diesel fuel, but it's a sizable increase.
Yes. Yep. So the expenses that our garbage rates need to cover are the Republic Services collection fee, and that's the fixed costs that Republic will charge us per can, whether it's a first can or an additional can. And then the fuel surcharge fee, which is variable. And then North Point, the transfer station, the tonnage for all the garbage that Republic takes there that is collected from the residents. And so that rate is set at $30.50 a ton, but how much they take, that's what varies. So a can hold up to 500 pounds and is emptied 4 to 5 times a month, depending if there's 4 or 5 Fridays in the month.
500 pounds, you said?
Yeah. So if people were to load up their can and it was dumped 4 times that month, that could be a ton right there, which is $30. So that's not typical, and so we don't bill that way. We tried to look at averages and estimate. And then also we have a 5% admin fee that we transfer from solid waste to the city to cover the costs, and was about 21,000 for this fiscal year. I think I have it on the next slide. But sorry, there was one more thing on that previous slide, but it was just what recycling rates need to cover is the collection fees and the fuel surcharges and then the admin fees. So no landfill costs. And then the recycling is only done twice, every other week. So it's half as frequent. So right now, our current utility fees are $10.61 for the first garbage can, $9.02 for each additional can, and $3.82 for each recycle can. So if we had talked about increasing 6%, but since there's no garbage rate increase, we could look at doing a 3% increase across the board on all three, and the amended rates are there, or we could keep the garbage rates the same and increase recycling fee to $6.20 per can. So that would probably eliminate some of the incentive, but it is still less than a second can.
How have our numbers tracked on recycling? Are we still increasing?
It's plateaued, but it's a gradual increase.
Yeah, so it's slight.
We're more than 50%.
Yes.
That's good.
With
Something that
recycling.
perhaps is customary, because these are new residents coming in, and so that for them, that's the mindset of get one of each. Where before we didn't have that, and so then it was trying to convince people to.
I think a lot of it is the cost. I mean, it's significantly cheaper to get that
second
recycling can instead of a
versus
second garbage can.
I'm just wondering if the mindset perhaps of these new people, both like what you're saying, and then maybe that's just,
I think
you
the
get two
younger
phone lines, or you
generation
get
is-
two cans, or you
yeah.
get one of, just kind of this
So
way
Randy,
you do things.
I think while you were, on your sabbatical, whatever. Sorry, I don't know what to call it. Didn't we, I believe we decided, we voted to have all new residents, so we're setting up a new account. The previous format was an opt-in. They would request the can, but new residents now are an opt-out. So it's automatically assumed, get the blue
Get
can.
one
If
of
you
each.
really don't want it, then you can call and have it picked up or opt out. So we kind of reversed just.
So every
that for
resident
new-
now has to have two cans?
Just new
New ones.
accounts.
Right, but two cans, whether.
They would have a garbage can and a recycled.
Okay.
The way it is on the utility agreement, though, it's right there. It's like you're,
It's not like- yeah, it's not a separate form or anything. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's-
they're checking a box as they fill out their utility sign up. So I don't.
So basically.
It's not
done-
automatically
it's
delivered,
done at
and
the
then they have
point
to-
of.
Yeah.
they
Signing
sign
up for sure service, okay.
But yeah, Randy, what you were saying earlier, I think that the younger generation does feel strongly about recycling, and so they feel really good about doing it.
Just the way they operate.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and the tricky part is, like what Ace was explaining, is having international entities that will take the product. Now there's shipping issues, and the processors here in the US, for a time, we're not even taking recycling product, and there's,
That was one of my
And it's
questions,
the
is what
costs are going
percentage
up.
of our, not that you need to answer this, but my question at large is what percentage of our recycled material gets recycled? So, that's just not for you to answer.
Right. Yeah, so I was looking at a draft of the new agreement that we did in probably January with Republic for recycling. And so this is the draft that I couldn't find the approved agreement. But it took out our 5% deduction for if we had more than 50%. So we don't get a discount anymore
Okay.
for,
Right.
I think this would be, because the new agreement is effective July 1st.
They used to have in there, if we hit a certain benchmark of so many residential cans for recycling, then they'd give us a discounted rate. And Republic said, we're not doing that anymore because recycling costs us so much to get
Right.
rid of.
Yeah, so
And
they
so-
actually put in a separate clause that said, we can charge you more if we're having to pay more dumping costs. I don't,
Not a
wherever they're
tipping post, but
taking it.
yes,
You're right. It's not going to North
disposing,
Point, but yeah, disposal fee, yeah. I'm not sure what that's gonna look like.
So the options is to do across the board increase, either 6% or 3%,
Yeah,
or just levy the increase on the recycle, which would be a major increase.
right.
Which may get us more in line that maybe we're not really providing an incentive anymore, and
Right. And
If it's
if we're
kinda
not
flat,
getting
I
a
don't
discount
know.
for being
Yeah.
50%, maybe we don't need to have that incentive.
So kind of just shooting from the hip, what is our thought of just shifting, as a council, just shifting that burden then just straight to the recycle?
Kinda where it probably should be.
Where it goes anyway, just making it more, I don't want to say transparent, because it's not that we're doing it, but just more accountable for those who are using it? I don't know. I'm just, it's a question on how we're thinking about that.
Is it completely out of the question to just cover it through the general fund?
It's to have everyone pay for services that only some people are using. It's not, I wouldn't recommend it. I mean,
Is that
we
not
could
the
look,
same thing? I mean, the
No,
same.
it's not out of the question, but this is a service that people are using.
But the
that-
citywide cleanup, not everyone's
oh,
using.
no, for
we're
recycling or
talking-
garbage, right.
Yeah,
But-
I thought you meant,
Not for the, sorry,
Right.
shifting gears, but
Oh, you talking about just the?
just the
cleanup?
citywide
Okay.
cleanup.
Right, that is not.
But aren't the
yeah.
costs to cover the citywide cleanup that we're talking
they're
about?
worked into these fees.
They're
The
working
old
the
costs, not these new 40,000 a year costs. That's
Okay.
not worked in, so.
which could be an anomaly based upon COVID.
Right, and
We're
so
not
we
sure.
had some fund balance to cover it for this year, but
Yeah.
if it happens again next year, we won't have enough.
Okay.
So, if you wanna go to the next slide, Adam.
I have a
So-
quick question. On the citywide cleanup, I don't know how many people utilize the punch pass to take stuff to the dump. And I almost wonder if instead of, maybe we still want to do that because it brings additional participation and beautifying the community, or do we promote that punch pass more? What would be the best approach? I don't know.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
I thought about this after our last discussion on this, and I thought perhaps people are utilizing the dumpster, the cleanup with their vehicles versus people who don't have a pickup or trailer or something like that, and that going to the transfer station is something that people think, I need to have a truck or a trailer. It takes more effort to get there, and versus hauling down things over the course of several days or a week, or, I mean, there's just, was I thought thinking maybe, because I kind of like both ideas, and it's just where to find that right place for it. So that was my thought about.
Yeah, I think
It's
what
gonna preclude some people from taking their things out, and they're gonna end up in the dumpsters, and we're gonna exceed, I mean, our cans, and they're gonna exceed the 50,
I don't have
500 pounds.
a perfect idea, but I think the dumpsters that we have, at least what I've seen, most people come well prepared to dump a load. I mean, they're
Lot.
pickups and
Pickup,
trailers. I mean, it seems like it's not just the smaller ones, although I'm sure there are some. But that's kind of been my observation.
my biggest, I think I know we talked about this last time, is making sure somehow that is,
Lindon
kept to just-
garbage.
yep, thank you, just Lindon garbage, that we don't have people coming from other places. I know that I had a sweet friend of mine that one time said, I'm getting all my stuff ready to go. I'm so glad I can just leave her anonymous. She's actually moved from the community now. But she's gonna take all of the stuff and leave it at the school dumpster. I'm like, they have to tip that. You can't do that. It's not their garbage at the school dumpster just because you're cleaning out your basement.
Yeah,
And so it's people's responsibility and mindset, and this is a wonderful person who we just don't always see what we're doing, and so, I've given the example before that if we didn't close our gates, we ended up with all sorts of stuff down at our shop, so people are gonna dump it if it's open, and I just like to make sure that if we're spending $40,000, that it's on our citizens.
Yeah.
And I'm not opposed to the general fund, but I'd like maybe, on that particular item, but perhaps it's a cap. Maybe it's supplemental. Maybe we only say we can only do this much. I don't know, this was my thinking as you all are talking. Maybe we only do so much from the utility fund or from this, and then we go with supplementing if need be, so we don't stress out our.
Do we get some of the punch passes complimentary, or do those always cost?
100% paid by
100% we
us.
pay.
Yeah, we pay for
Okay.
them.
So with those passes, so some other ideas, I mean, we could promote those. We really don't advertise them at all.
No,
And I mean,
it's kinda word of
it's
mouth.
kind of a word of mouth thing, and we've been hesitant to put it on the front page, and because we were thinking we might get hit with a $40,000 bill. And so, I mean, given the number of trips though, even with that 1,100 or so that was documented at the landfill, I mean, even if that was 2 punches per each of those, that's still 600 households. And so a quarter of our city is using those dump passes, if they use both. So I would feel good about saying, you know, a quarter to half of the city are using those dump passes. And at least once. And
Let's take a poll. How many have used the dump passes last year?
I always remind my husband afterwards, I can go get you a dump pass.
A couple of us.
so we could,
Also- oh,
go
sorry.
ahead.
I was gonna say, it's convenient because you can go when you're ready to go versus waiting for the dumpsters with
Yeah.
the citywide cleanup.
Another thought, PG and Orem, do they do a fall and spring cleanup? Does that time coincide with our time?
Orem does one in the spring, but it's after.
later than
yeah.
ours.
Wondering if we coincided the same time frames, if that would take a little bit of load off, because if they're in Orem,
It partially depends on the hauler. The haulers have asked us
to stagger
way
them.
ahead of time so that they don't have demands from all of those locations.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have enough.
Groves is like a week after ours,
And if I remember right,
really close.
was Orem not, theirs was in locations and then it was manned.
Yes.
Wasn't
Yeah,
that
and their
discussed?
location changed.
Right.
So they had 4 weeks and 3 different locations. The last 2 weeks were at the same location.
And it was a manned
Yes,
situation.
very much so. And they
Okay.
said you cannot bring tires and mattresses.
Yeah. And with ours, I think I observed like contractors had dumped stuff in there, and then, of course, everyone littering outside, and that our staff had to go deal with. That's another.
So those are things that we could look at, but they're gonna increase our costs in one way or another. So if we have to have somebody hired to be sitting there and checking IDs or addresses, I mean, that's an additional cost.
Confrontations, yeah,
And so we listed that, we could reduce the number of locations during citywide cleanup. I mean, it's just recently that we've started a spring and a fall, we could pull that back. We could, look at the general fund subsidy was something that we threw in there.
I'm thinking if we cover both the passes and the cleanup with the general fund, is that enough of a savings that we don't have to increase the rates? I mean, that's what, 40,000 this last year, but that's.
Well, we would have to increase the rates somewhat for the recycling, but.
The public is increasing their rates on us, and so that's a pass-through cost, and so, and that's where I get nervous if somebody's saying, let's subsidize that, and that's where I'm like,
Yeah,
why, that's complete socialism of
Yeah,
taking
I'm
somebody
okay
else's
if we,
taxes to
if we
subsidize my
lift the
absolute use.
recycling rate. I think
That's
we
where
had
I'm
it
just
for
like, that makes me feel
a period of
uncomfortable.
time to
Hard,
try to get
especially with
people.
the recycling. I see where you're going there. On other utilities, perhaps where everyone is using it, maybe that makes more sense, but recycling, I agree, where it is an opt-in program, that makes it tough.
Opt-in or opt-out, but there's choices on that.
Yeah.
So we
Carolyn, you want to recycling up it?
Yes, I think that's, would be an appropriate thing to do. I mean, we kept it there to incentivize people. I think people that recycle are okay with recycling, and they do it for all of the reasons why we do it, and a couple of bucks does not make them.
It's not gonna change it.
Yeah, they're not gonna, I don't think that's gonna drive people to opt out. You know, as we discuss the fall cleanup, the spring cleanup and those costs, just this week, a couple of people, again, I've got more input the last 2 weeks than I probably have in a long time, commenting about how good Lindon looks when they're traveling from other communities. And I think this helps us make it be, you know, such a desirable people cleanup because it's easier to do. And so, however we do that, I hope we keep the cleanups and I hope we keep the punch passes. Whether or not we subsidize it for those two things, for sure on the recycling, you know, we've got to do that, increase that, but we can look at how we want to do those others. But I think that's an important part of what we do in the community to make it look like the way it does.
So Kristen, instead of the jumping clear to the 620, is there option to increase that to 450 or something and kind of spread those across those different funds a little bit more?
So increase the garbage.
Increasing the recycling a little bit, but not clear up to the 620 and making up that difference with some of these others.
Yeah, I would like to not disincentivize it by having too dramatic.
So have a slight increase on the
If we
garbage.
went to like a
and-
450 on the recycling or something like that, but
Yeah, I can definitely play around
play
with
around with that. Does that, I'm just throwing that out as another option. What we're looking for is your guidance, because in 2 weeks, we're gonna bring this back for an approval.
Yeah.
And
So the 620 on recycling, does that put us where we're supposed to be? That's where it should be. That's a
actual-
non-subsidized approach.
Actual cost
Cover the cost except for this unknown new
in the
fee
future.
that they're talking about, like sharing the cost of the disposal for recycling.
I just don't like the thought of subsidizing this. That's me personally.
You know, part of it is a philosophical question as well. You know, how are we helping have less landfill and long-term, you know, the tipping fees, if we don't have it in that blue can, we're going to pay for it in tipping fees in the black can. And then, of course, you know, having good stewardship going forward and with the population growth that's going to happen, I still would like to see that we help incentivize in some fashion that good stewardship. And so I get that this is a third-party entity that we're contracting with, and I know, you know, council members have said in the past, hey, let's look, our general fund is awesome right now. I think this is one thing that it's okay to sort of tag along with increasing costs, but I still would like to make it feel like it's not such a big increase that people are going to say, oh, I'm going to get rid of that can, I'm not using it that much, or I still would like to incentivize it somewhat so that people see a value there too.
Maybe we do it over a 2-year period versus upfront to see how it affects the use of it. You know, that's, you know, if it does have an impact, maybe we don't do the second year and then we look at, I'm just
So
thinking, I don't know.
A smaller jump on the recycling, and then
Is that-
general
50%?
fund supplementing
I mean,
the
50% of
dumpsters,
the
continuing those spring and fall. Is that,
50% of the increase? Is that what we're thinking?
Kind of look at what number it needs to be that gets us closer to what. I'm always good about rather than huge increases unless it's
Something
absolutely
incremental.
necessary.
well, and that's been our practice with our other utility rates, is we chose years ago to make those incremental increases instead of every 5 years, huge jumps, and so.
And I think that's a conversation we can have to our citizens. I mean, you know, the council was this proposal, and we felt, no, we'd like to have less of an impact and do it over a gradual period of time, and I think that's good stewardship, so.
Okay, just let me summarize. So keep the spring and fall dumpster cleanups.
I
is that-
think
And
that's
keep the
great.
dump passes, and we'll spread out the increase on the recycling over a couple years. Okay, we can come up with a plan. to
And
do
certainly
that.
we're monitoring
And we're-
it.
yeah.
So next year, if our spring and fall, it's 80,000, you know, we're having a new conversation. Or even if in the,
Wait till one, let's just
or
wait
even
till
if,
the
yes,
fall.
even if in the fall, if it hits us much bigger, you know, we address that type of a thing.
Okay. Budget amendment if needed, so, all right.
But I'm hopeful that honestly, COVID really, people had a lot of time.
And a lot of stuff got
A
already
lot of stuff
taken.
just got, but maybe not. I mean,
got
we
a
may
lot
be
of
surprised.
We just need to time it with spring break when everybody's gone or something.
That's right. Not a bad idea.
Home all day with slave labor because their kids aren't home.
Yeah.
Is that enough to go on, Kristen?
Yeah, I think we might come back later with some direction for the spring cleanup or the fall cleanup with number of dumpsters and locations, if we want to do anything there.
Okay.
Maybe volunteer supervision or something. By volunteers in the community.
Well, we have seasonal help that, you know, that would be ending in the fall or beginning in the spring, and
I was looking for pro bono help.
yeah.
We on to the next item?
Yeah.
It says closed session.
I just need to talk to you.
Okay, you just need to talk to us.
We
We need,
to
yeah,
enter
we need a
closed
motion,
session?
yes.
Yes, please. I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Jake and Randy second, all in favor?
Aye.
Will you both walk to that side and walk back? Hang on. And did everyone get this flyer on Lagoon?
We did not.
Okay, well, I'll pass it.
Take a photo of it.
I'll snap a picture.
I mean, I remember the day when it was is Lagoon really that expensive?
Well,